Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis Zone live on this Friday evening. Yes, it's Friday, which means it's the 11th hour watch-along. Can't wait for it. So get your copies ready to go for one of the best series openers. I actually have to say it's probably the best series opener for a Doctor. Definitely a new Who anyway. Let me know what you guys also think. Oh yeah, I've got to invite a couple of guests on, don't I? I have it all set up. Hold on. Okay, so we'll just get one. We have one guest with us tonight. Unfortunately, either some of the other guests are actually working, or some are actually unwell. So wishes all the. Hold on. There we go. There he is. And yeah, I wanted to bring Rabbi on, but of course it's Sabbath. So Rabbi obviously is not available today, but we do have our watch along at 12 Monkeys coming. Walking home from work again with you all. Hi Noel. Welcome Spitfire Mark. Nice to have you here. Right, let's see who actually is in the chat while we're waiting on our guest Gary to appear. And sorry about Teddy in the background. He wasn't actually like this at all before we even started. It's the same thing. So we have Charlotte, we've got Derek, we've got Colin, we've got John. Who else have we got? We've got Flav here as well. Welcome. We've got Stuart here as well. Welcome, Stuart. And we've got Spitfire Mark, as I said. So welcome. There's 22 years actually watching. We seem to be getting more viewers the more we do this, which is actually very good. So hopefully we can build up a bit of an audience for them. They seem to be doing well, considering the rest of the other videos have completely bottomed out. This whole thing that's going on. Oh, by the way, you can actually now talk about the thing that's happening around the world. Apparently, YouTube have lifted their restrictions. Once there's no false information going out there, you can mention those words that we refuse to mention. Well, I did on the channel. You know me for rules. I just don't care. But you could, we shouldn't really have to talk about it during the Doctor Who stream anyway. But what I'm saying is that if it pops up in the chat, there's no big deal anymore. Just once there's no false information being sent out there. So listen, I know there's some people like myself. I used to do it myself. Think that we're experts and we know all the details and stuff. But I send them the link. What you call it? Just listen to the medical experts. You know, they're the ones that will tell us how to get through this. So, yeah. So how long have we got? We've got 10 minutes. So get you our copy of the 11th hour ready. Also, I'll put up a community post for myself and Rabbi are going to do a watch along of a Dalek story. We have put up a poll up on the community post. If you haven't voted in it yet, we've actually gotten a lot of votes on it, believe it or not. I was actually surprised. If you haven't voted on it, though, please do. That vote will close on Sunday. So Sunday, after Aliens of London watch along, we will actually let you know. We'll actually let you know. See, this is what I don't like, man.
You said you sent it again.
I've already sent. I've already sent it. Anyway, sorry. I keep getting interrupted there. Derek McManus is here as well. So get your copies ready. We've got it ready to go here. I've sent you that link, Gary. So I've sent it twice now. So it should be in your email, mate. Or just wait a couple of minutes. There's nothing I can do until, because maybe it's just the emails playing up with all this other crap that's going on. But I've sent you the links. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do as well. Cheryl showed me how to do this. So it's and then it's oh no, it'd be good if I actually did this stuff first. Right, so it's and then it's Right, I'm about to drop the StreamYard link in. I'm only taking one other person in with this discussion. So whoever is the first person to hop in is the person that's going to be joining me and Gary. I don't know. Is it because you've got the bed behind the door, is it? Did you take his balls? No, I didn't take his balls. I don't know what you're... So whoever wants to come in and discuss it while they're watching along with us, here's your opportunity. Now, as I said, I'm only taking one person. So the first person that pops in, if anybody else pops in, obviously I'm going to remove them because we got the first person in. Or you will see that someone is already in and maybe you can remove it yourself. So we're going to have... Hold on. I better just give us a second, guys. Just give us a second. I'm just going to mute this for a minute because I have to send a message to someone. Right, we're back. We've got 6 minutes, about 6 minute warning. 6 minute warning. So this should be a good one. 11th hour is a good one. Where's my earphones? I have to get them ready, which I have. It's actually weird because if you've seen how I'm watching this, it's actually because the earphones that I want to actually use don't work properly. So I have to wear these ridiculous big earphones, and I've only got one ear in because I won't be able to hear everybody else that's in the discussion with me. I'm just waiting on that guest to pop in. So here we go. Here's the link. If you want to join the chat, as I said, there's only one person we'll take with the other guests. So there's three of us. So we're not talking over each other, because if you have too many guests, you kind of can. So one other guest. So I'm about to put the link in. So if you want to join the discussion on the channel while you're watching with us and discussing it with us, here's your chance. So the link has gone in now. I didn't even realize I was muted. Okay, we've got 3 guests actually. So the first guest I want to introduce is someone that used to be on this channel a lot when we did the phone-ins. I'd like you all to meet and welcome Retro Doc, aka Gary.
Hello, Noel. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited for this.
Same here. We've got about 3 minutes to go, so we'll just introduce our next guest. So our next guest is John Steed. Welcome, John.
Welcome.
And of course, we've got Colin. Hello, Colin.
Thank you very much. Sean Griffiths there.
Hi there, guys. Honoured to be on again.
No problem. Someone has their TV up. I don't know who it is. He's turning the TV down.
It's not me.
Has briefly celebrated the amazing work of its staff, keeping the safe distance of 2
It's me. Sorry.
Right now,
My
we've
TV.
got all our guests
My
now, so nobody else needs to join in. So we've because it'll get a bit too messy. Right, guys, he's looking forward to this, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. I love this episode.
Yeah. Do you know what? The one thing I've noticed is how this has actually brought the fandom together.
There's an echo somewhere.
Yeah, there's still an echo. See, I've got the earphones in, so I know it's definitely not here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
I've
me.
got earphones. I've
Yeah,
got earphones in as
earphones
well,
in.
but I'm on the TV, so I'll have to see if it works or not.
Right, well, we'll just go with it, and hopefully it doesn't interfere. What we got? How long have we got now? Right, 2-minute warning. So if you need to get a drink into you, get ready. Where's the remote? Because I don't want to mess up this time.
Yeah, I'm getting an
Thank you.
echo from somewhere again.
Well,
Wow,
Cheryl,
that echo was like from 10 minutes ago.
yeah, Cheryl is actually watching it on subtitles. She has no sound because I have to watch it with the earphones on, so there's no interference or the stream doesn't get copyrighted because if it starts, BBC. It's weird with BBC. You can put up some videos, but there's other videos that you can't throw up, so it's actually ridiculous. Right. Oh, this is an hour and 4 minutes. I forgot that episode was that long. By the way, did anybody, because I haven't seen it yet, did anybody see this new footage that we were supposed to be getting?
Oh, no. Not,
Stephen Moffat
No,
promised
no.
footage that was never seen. He says that he regretted actually cutting it from the 11th hour, but apparently there was
that echo's still here.
Yeah. Right, guys, 1 minute. Get your remotes ready. And we'll do the same. We'll do the normal thing. 3, 2, 1. Press play. It should start on with the moon and the earth shot. It actually was quite clever. Before we start, I have to say, it was actually quite clever what Moffat did, because RTD always did the whole thing with the world, the cameras panning at the world first. And Moffat did the same thing. Even though this is a fresh, brand new start, he made that connection between the two eras, which I think is very clever.
Noel, can we do a 10 count or a 5 countdown?
Yeah, we're about to do it now. He's ready? 5,
All set up.
4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody press play.
On the birds, oh, sorry, wrong scene.
Okay.
Right, we're off. There you go. There's the shot I was telling you about. And Gary, if you have any information about this, because we know you are the encyclopedia for Doctor Who, so if there's any information that you want to give us,
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting here, like in a way that we're basically passing over all the setting for Russell T Davis's Doctor Who, but we're gonna totally bypass that and land in the kind of quaint little storybook English village that will be Moffat's place.
I have to be honest. I wasn't very fond of this opening. I actually wasn't. I thought.
No.
there's still some feedback from somebody.
Right, hold on.
And here's the new title.
The stream is going to end up being taken down. Someone has the episode playing in the background.
Hold on, that might be me. Hold on, let me mute and see that. Let me mute the TV.
Is that better?
There, that's better, John.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on.
So
Yeah, there's no feedback.
was
There's
getting
no feedback now. Just mute the audio as much as you can,
yeah.
because we can still hear it.
Is that better?
Hold on. Why don't you put the earphones into your TV, take the earphones out your computer, and then that way you can put one ear in like I do, and you can still talk to us at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
I
Right.
noticed Matt managed not to fall out the
You know, the-
Tardis.
Say that again, Colin.
I said I noticed Matt managed not to fall out the Tardis. It's not going to make any point, you understand.
Mm.
The original title for this episode was called "The Doctor's Return."
It was.
Yeah. And you know, there's Caitlin Blackwood, who's we all know is Karen Gillan's cousin. And you know, when
Yeah.
they were trying to cast this part,
That's right. And when she did the Raggedy Man scene, then years later, they actually had to get a different actress because obviously she had grown up. Not the part where Karen Gillan walks down the stairs, but you see a little Amy running across the TARDIS. Yeah, they had to get a different actress for that.
You won't ever see it from
and you know,
home, don't you?
the casting department kind of had a hard time finding the right young actress who could do this part, and they eventually just asked Karen Gillan if they knew anybody or she had any relatives or knew anybody, and she said, yeah, sure, I got a cousin who looks just like me. She's the right age and with an accent. And they're like, okay, we want to audition her. And this was her first professional role.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you something. For little Amelia Pond, she's good. I love this whole scene coming up now, though.
Yeah.
This is my favorite scene when when he pops out the TARDIS.
Is anybody still hearing the echo from like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, it's not as bad though.
Okay.
I can hear the TV in the background. Someone.
Yeah, well, let's hope it doesn't get taken down because BBC are being dicks right now. Any video I seem to do seems to get yellow marked.
Well, I know it's not mine because it's muted in TV. So
Here we go.
Yeah. I think if we just kind of, if anybody has the sound up on whatever they're watching, just kind of mute the sound totally, that might do it.
Yeah, I've muted mine. That's fine.
I think the one thing we're going to hear most from all of us this entire stream is like, we're going to hear like, this is a great scene over and over and over because they're all great scenes.
They are. This episode is just absolutely spot on. Moffat, if Moffat had any fear about hitting the ground running, yeah, they were better after the first 5 minutes of this episode. Wow, that's very bad. Wow, what was that?
It's gone now, whatever it was.
sounded like a notification.
A strange fuzzy noise, and then it went. Yeah.
No, it's back again.
What's that?
Oh, now it's gone. I think actually this is the best debut story for any Doctor ever. That's just my opinion. I love this story so much.
No, I'd have to agree with you.
Well, I wasn't keen on the thought of Matt Smith. I thought he was a bit too young to be the Doctor. But soon as he came
Well, he was
out,
only
Tardis.
26.
Yeah. And I thought, well, I thought they would have gone for an older Doctor, but as soon as he made an appearance, I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah.
Right, we'll see if fish custard is trending.
And, you know, this just shows, I think, that throughout an entire era, Matt Smith had great chemistry with any child he had to act with.
Yeah.
Well, he could
I wonder
play
how old
Hulk.
she is. I wonder how old Kate Blackwood is here compared to Rebecca Toby was in the Doctor Who movies.
Well, I wouldn't say she was annoying in any way. I thought she played it
No,
quite.
yeah, I'm thinking age-wise. It just suddenly occurred to me that she's got to be the youngest.
How
Almost.
old was she now? Was she 10?
Stephen Moffat just wrote up, I hate baked beans. I stand by my writing.
You know, the inspiration, I've read that the inspiration for this scene, because like so much of this story, and especially Matt Smith's first year, is like a fairy tale motif. There's so much of it all throughout this year. And the inspiration for this scene actually is from the chapter in The House at Pooh Corner, where Pooh meets Tigger for the first time. And it's called In Which Tigger Comes to the Forest and Has Breakfast. And it's all about how Winnie the Pooh kept trying to give Tigger different food to eat, and he liked everything to eat except honey. And that was the inspiration for this scene.
Wow. So these weren't real fish fingers, apparently.
No, it was coconut, little coconut. What do you call the little the things with like sponge fingers? Little coconut sponge fingers.
Kind of ruins it for me.
And what's so great about this is it just goes from the way the tone changes here.
Yeah.
From, you know, it's just like light and frivolous, and all of a sudden it just turns right back to the creepy.
Oh my God, there it is. Hashtag fish custard is now trending at #1.
That's brilliant.
And Spyfall, just to let you know, Spymaster, that hashtag only trended at #4. And then went straight down to #20. I actually have the screenshots.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's watching the BBC America
No,
feed today.
Crap again, anyway.
Yeah, this is oh yeah, there it is, the crack.
This was brilliant. This whole concept was brilliant, I have to say. I did like the crack in the wall. I just don't like the resolution.
Here's the I read the inspiration for this scene from Moffat is that apparently that was directly inspired. There was a similar smile-shaped crack in the wall in his youngest son's bedroom right above his bed. And he saw that, and that kind of gave him the inspiration for it. He said he never told his son about the crack because that would have freaked his son would have never gone to sleep again. But it was inspired by an actual crack in Moffat's actual house. And you know what's so great if you think about it is, like I said, so many of the fairy tale elements in this when I watched this earlier this week. And isn't it appropriate that the mystery of this episode and really the kind of mystery of the entire season arc starts in a child's bedroom?
Yeah.
That's very appropriate for what Moffat's trying to do.
I love the soundtrack to this as well.
Ended going back to Amy Pond's bedroom when she going back. Remember, the TARDIS brings her back to Amy's room. She's wondering why at that certain date, and you could see that the Doctor has influenced her whole life. It is very good though. Oh, I love this part.
I thought the soundtrack was good to this as well, what Murray Gold did.
It was.
Yeah. all the musical motifs in this episode are great. Amy's theme, 11's theme, all of it is just
the
great.
music,
Right out
the
of it.
music definitely stepped up during this era. Can't believe fish custard is actually trending. But again, goes to show you, BBC, if you give Doctor Who fans what they really want, this is what happens. No.
I just love that, the way he takes her hand. It's like he's so great with her.
Yeah, no social awkwardness there.
What if I got my maths right? She is 3 years younger than Roberta Toby was when she was in Doctor and the Daleks. So she's the youngest companion.
And you know, actually, I think we'll be talking about the movies at the end of this episode for a reason. I love that eye. That eye is great.
Mm.
You know, she's so good. Caitlin Blackwood is so good. You almost kind of wish that he would have taken her along. You know, she would have actually gone on a trip at that age, because I think the two of them together would have been great.
Yeah, for what adventure?
Mm.
Yeah, one adventure I think would be okay. Yeah.
I mean, not that I don't love Karen Gillan, but it's just she's you know, Caitlin Blackwood's so good. And there's the door.
Look out of the corner of your eye.
Do any of you guys have doors in your houses that shouldn't be there?
No.
No, luckily.
Unless I have noticed them.
Take a slow cat scan out of the corner of my eye.
What did you think of the next episode after this?
I rewatched it recently, and I'm afraid I got a bit of backlash from current year at sight of Liz 10, which I don't remember getting at the time. I've no problem whatsoever with Liz 10 being a card lady at the time I saw it, but unfortunately watching it through the memory of current year,
I must admit, I thought this was my favourite out of this series.
Oh yeah, this whole season I think is my favorite season of New Who.
Yeah, it's a good series. I like David Tennant's as well in his last series. Thought that was good.
The music here in this scene, Amy's theme is just beautiful.
Getting some, not echo, somebody else watching something in the background again. I don't think it's Doctor Who.
Was that echo?
Yeah.
No, it sounds more as if something's got something else going on in the background.
We're still hearing a time delay of this stream, about like 5-minute time delayed.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah.
Just bear with me. I'm going in a different room just in case.
Well, I've got.
This is such a sad scene to think of her waiting there and he doesn't ever come back.
I've got Streamlabs on opening one window and YouTube.
Yeah, somebody has a window open that's not.
Well, that done it, so I've just closed YouTube because the problem is I can't type into chat on.
Yeah, but you can still chat on YouTube if you actually if you mute the YouTube channel. You can mute
Yeah, that's what.
the video and then you can still be on YouTube and chat in the chat.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was doing. Is it still going?
I can't
I've
hear
closed
it
my
now.
other
Can
window.
you, Gary?
It might have been that other window I had open, unfortunately.
Well, I've moved into a different room now, so I've got no interference or anything now. So.
Right, let's
So
see.
that should be
In that
okay.
case, I'll.
There you go with the bat. And there's Rory.
Yeah.
No back in time feelings because she's a male nurse, because I've known about male nurses for a long time. That's good.
Did anybody at this point think Rory would become a bigger part of the crew?
Yeah, Arthur Duval wrote this. Amy's crack, right? Stephen Moffat wrote back, tone violation. No wonder I kept killing you. Hashtag fish cricket. Well, I fear of just wasted my revenge. See, that's the beauty, man. That's what we miss. So apparently that new footage was at 6 o'clock.
It always shows up later somewhere, like on YouTube or somebody's story embedded or something like that. Okay. So this is its own thing, this outfit. This is its own topic for discussion.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's interesting that, clearly with the costume and what she does, which is basically like a stripogram, even though it's just a kissogram. It's kind of interesting that Moffat chose to basically, in effect, kind of sexualize the companion in this way in a story that has such an overall fairy tale tone. You know what I mean? It's kind of an odd, it's fine. It's not a criticism. It's just, I can't remember when a companion, well, maybe except for Perry, was introduced, with so many like sexualized elements to it.
Yeah. I watched Jumanji: The Next Level the other day, which was in that as well. Shorts again.
Yeah, same character.
Yeah. Well,
The figure darting past the window would have been revealed to be the Doctor himself in the Big Bang, but it didn't cut in very well, so we abandoned the idea. But it was Matt Smith in the 11th hour when they seen the figure. That was supposed to be Matt Smith, so it would have been when he's going through his own stream. And you have to wish him back into existence.
Sorry, what was that?
That would have been really confusing because at this point nobody had any idea about where the arc was going to go.
Exactly, yeah, but he did. It just goes to show you though how far forward ahead thinking he was. The first 15 minutes of this, he's blown smoke up his own ass. I love the writing. Had it in my head before I'd accepted the job. The crashing TARDIS, the Tigger saying the little girl packing her case and waiting. Then I was totally stuck 15 minutes into the best job of my career and I sank under the mud. So he basically said he wrote the first 15 minutes and then after that then he kind of didn't know where to go. He realised that this was going to be huge. The pressure gets to them off.
Well, it just shows that, sometimes pressure leads to absolute genius because, not only is this my favorite New Who episode, I actually have used Gateway story for people who haven't have single episode of Doctor Who new or classic. This why I find is my perfect gateway episode for them.
I agree. I agree, but I would prefer them to go back. But I do agree with you.
Now, one more little background thing about the door, since we're kind of moving on the door. Apparently, Moffat's inspiration for this is when he used to go to his grandmother's house as a child. And apparently sometimes when he was there, he said that he has had a recurring dream of an extra room in the grandmother's house. And so this scene is actually based on his own experience.
All right. Where was this filmed anyway? The Village. Does anybody know?
It is The Village is let me see my notes here. It says Landaff, Landaff in Cardiff is the village.
Oh, yeah, Cardiff, yeah. It just looks
this
familiar.
Is like one of these quintessential. This is one of those quintessential behind the sofa scenes where she's in that room.
Mm.
So Fish Custard has 20,000 retweets.
Oh, there you go.
BBC going. Yeah.
Zero looks a bit fishy there as well, doesn't he, actually? Maybe it's just Zero fingers he cut. No.
Yeah.
CGI doesn't look too bad still to this day.
No. I mean, if I was like a little kid, I'd be terrified.
Oh, Stephen Moffat put up something interesting. Olivia Colman there in the part that I think still defined for. Hopefully she will be back on their screen someday.
Yeah, I actually found these two, the guy and the dog, creepier than the CGI.
Yeah,
they're just really scary. You know, the thing about Olivia Colman, I don't know about you guys, I just thought for Olivia Colman, you know, from what we know now and seen so much more of her, what an amazing actress in this. I think she's kind of wasted in this episode, but you know, in terms of what we know Olivia Colman's capable of doing, and Moffat, I think, may have said that at some point too. And we never do actually see what happens to Rory's boss, do we?
wow.
I mean, we can guess, but we don't see it. Yeah, that's creepy. If I'm not mistaken, I think that this part of this scene where Matt Smith is chained up to the radiator there, I think was one of his audition scenes.
And in second now, the action team for the very first time, hashtag Fish Custard, Stephen Moffat wrote. He's right, this is where we get the action team. Yeah, this is a funny tweet one. He says, so how does the snaky thing get about when there's no feeling to hang from? A, Moffat must go, oh, he's gone, pew. Hashtag fish custard. Steve Moffat himself.
This right here again is just one of the best scenes. The whole, you were supposed to be 5 minutes scene is one of the best ones in the whole episode.
Yeah.
This one right here.
This is it.
Just the look on Matt Smith's face when she says that.
Penny in the air.
Bang.
Penny drops. Sorry, wrong seat. Wrong episode.
I can hear that episode.
Yeah, we need to, whoever has it up needs to turn it down. And actually, I think from this point to the end of the episode, it's just constant movement. Walking while talking, they're running. From now until the end, this episode just does not let up. It's breathless, and that's, I think, one of the biggest strengths of the episode. And, if you think about it, we learned so much about both of these characters, while they're running, while they're doing. And if you think about how much we learn about Amy's background, her probable, what she's gone through, about, the 11th Doctor, that's great writing, where in just an hour he can give us so much about all of these characters.
Sorry, Colin. I can hear the episode coming through the computer, and the stream will get taken down. If you could turn the volume down or something, I'll put earphones in.
Well, that's interesting. It can't be me, so I just realised my mic was muted.
Oh, is that what it was?
Well, my mic was muted. I just noticed I'm muted. Is it still coming through now or not? So I muted my TV, then I realised the mic was muted on the laptop anyway.
No, it's not coming through now. Seems perfectly fine now.
Okay, in that case, it wasn't me. That's okay. It's having the right sort of sound balance for the TV to listen to and the laptop to listen to, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I use the earphones. It's much better.
Well, I've got earphones on, but the problem is one earbud in one ear and the other one watching the TV. But
yeah, but put the earphones into the TV instead. If you put the earphones into the TV instead, you can have one ear in. Right, leave the other ear free, and you can still listen to the computer and join the discussion. That's how I'm doing it. I have my earphones in the TV.
If I've got enough length on the extension lead here, but
I love this scene. I love that face he makes with the grandma.
Yeah,
Matt Smith is so good.
the actress in One Foot in the Grave as well.
and that Crosby, I think, is it? Let's try that genius idea of yours.
Oh, and here's Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. He's standing on tippy toes. You know, I so wish Moffat, the writing of this episode was so great. I so wish that Ledworth and all of these characters, you know, Jeff, the grandma, whoever, you know, could have come back, you know, much like, you know, Russell T Davies used Rose's family and Martha's family and Donna's family, because not like every episode, not every episode, but you know, they were so, all these characters are great. It would have given the Doctor like a base of operations.
Yeah. The weird thing about it is I recently saw an article where some so-called Doctor Who fan comes out and says that he finds Jackie and Mickey were pointless characters and we didn't need them. And I said, well, you kind of did, because to understand Rose, you know, you through our mother,
Right.
the way she behaves with her boyfriend. See, this is the type of I don't know.
This effect is great. These ships are great.
This is brilliant.
Yeah. Again, it's just like moving. Everything is moving.
Yeah, duck pond. Where's the ducks?
Yeah, how much did you think that was actually going to turn out to be a thing as the season went on? It's like, I remember everybody always questioning. It's like, you got to answer why there were no ducks in the pond.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be something, to be honest.
I mean, maybe it's just there to show, you know, how weird the village is. Although, no, you know, later on in this episode, we do get the duck, you know, and it's addressed to Amy. So we do get like a duck, comma, pond later on in the episode with the fire truck.
That's awful.
You never want to do that, grow up.
Words to live by.
Yep.
And I guess this is just to show like the Doctor has these, you know, otherworldly powers of observation, I guess. You know, that's what that shows.
I can do it. I know that.
The 20-minute time limit is a brilliant idea.
Well, I said obviously you need a slightly longer extension lead or to move the entire flat around. Can't quite reach the TV.
This is such a great scene.
Yeah.
For the 50th time, I say this is such a great scene.
No, it is because it's the validation that he, yeah. That was a good line.
There's a few scenes on offer the entire season, most of New Who, which I juggle at time to decide which are my favourite scenes.
Yeah,
this is one of them. I think the
I
top
love
one.
Here's the this is the J.J. Abrams lens flare.
Yeah,
but I didn't mind it there because it wasn't overused back then. You know, it was just a simple little thing that gave that scene some.
Yeah.
Gave it a little extra. I love this though. Here we go.
Yeah, my all-time favourite though is school reunion where Sarah goes down and sees the Tardis.
There you go. Best New Who team, in my opinion. I love these three together.
Yeah.
And it's great, you know, that everybody in the village knew of her obsession with the raggedy doctor, and so just having lines like Rory, you know, who he says had to play dress up, and the grandma knew about the Raggedy Doctor. So just in those little two brief, this is, I think, the brilliance of Moffat's writing, just in little references like that, we can all instantly conjure up what her life was like growing up, obsessed with the Raggedy Doctor and trying to convince everybody that he was real. And we don't need to see it, but just those couple lines put that all in our head.
Yeah. I love this part.
So whoever has the audio up for the episode needs to lower it.
He's trying to rejoin. No, I told him to rejoin with the old link. Yeah, you can rejoin with the old link, yeah. Do I have to pour back in again? Oh, you sent it? Okay.
No, I still saw it, but I can post it.
I'll do it, and I have to do it now.
Get a bit of.
No, I don't know how to do it. I give up.
A moment of silence. A moment of silence for the old sonic screwdriver.
Oh yeah.
The one thing I've never done, as many times as I've seen this episode, is actually time it out to see if it actually is 20 minutes. From the time he says we have 20 minutes to save the world to when he actually does. I'm sure it probably is, but I've never done that.
What's my thing is if it would only really need to be that if they follow one character all the way through, wouldn't it?
John, we put the idea, you know.
I am back. Yeah.
There you go. Sorry about that, pal. I was
It's all right.
the TV. I didn't even notice.
It's all right. I wanted to sort everything out, and then my tablet went flat while I was watching it on, so I had to charge that up again. So, just not a very good start.
So, Noel, are all three of them plus Moffat watching this now?
Yeah. Matt Smith is on, Karen Gillan is on, and Moffat. And there's a couple of other people as well, I think.
I wanted to say, because we've had Matt Smith on, and Karen, and two of the showrunners, we haven't had anything really from Jodie.
No. Or Chibnall.
No, Chibnall, yeah.
Okay.
Nor do we want to.
No,
Oh, here we go.
Videos all she wants.
Now, you know what? I actually read, so I don't know whether to believe it. I read somewhere where Moffat said that on the computer was actually porn when they had that scene just to get their reaction. I'm not sure. That may be a total, falsehood, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know. He kind of had the reaction that he was caught out, didn't he? We lost John again. John, oh, there he is. There's Sir Patrick Moore.
I grew up watching Patrick Moore on the Apollo
Sky
station.
at Night.
Because of him, though. I've got a telescope because of that man. I owe that man everything. That man got me into looking at the stars and all. So,
what was the name of that show, Noel, that he was on?
Or something, wasn't it?
Sky at Night.
Sky at Night.
Sky at Night. Yeah.
No.
We didn't have that over here.
Very
Did
good.
you have a version of it, or
What?
I mean, it sounds. I would have watched that show all over the place if we would have
I
had
know,
something
it's
like
brilliant
that.
it is.
I don't know if it's still on or not.
I wonder
I know
how
it did run for a while after.
Yeah.
Was he sitting down with a big cigar and a glass of wine? You know, he's down in his ego because he knows this is good. I wouldn't blame him.
What I do notice, though, someone's missing there is Unit.
This is just epic, this is. And I mean, Heaven Sent, I love that as well, but this is just brilliant, this is.
I love the motivational speech that he gives to Jeff here is great. Very kind of Tennant-esque, but, you know, Moffat, I mean, Matt Smith just is great.
But then they do it all off screen, which is
we're in Jeff's bedroom now, Chris, where the doctor is giving him a speech. That was a great answer, though. Why me? Because it's your bedroom. Just so simple. Yeah. So Jeff and the lad saved the world, not the doctor.
It would have been great, like for an episode later on, like Power of Three or whatever. We find Jeff is like a cabinet minister at that point or something. That would have been fantastic.
Yeah,
that would have been good. Yeah. Just have a bit of a reference to all.
Oh, we've got a treat coming up now because an Oscar winner is about to grace our screens in a few minutes. In Olivia Colman.
Oh yeah. Moffat always said he wished it gave it a bigger part in it.
Yeah.
If she knew what she was going to end up like. How popular she was going to be.
This is great. I love the fire truck.
The thing that I like about Olivia Colman, though, is the fact that she actually wanted to be in Doctor Who. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Scary.
This is brilliant.
Arthur Darvill and Olivia Colman, future co-stars in the same scene of Broadchurch.
Yeah.
Did Chibnall ever ask her if he wanted her first, and did she give first refusal and then went to Jodie? I just wondered if that was on the cards.
I'd heard that somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure I had somewhere.
And I heard she turned it down because obviously she knew it would have been a token role.
Yeah.
Well, plus Chibnall probably said, "Here's the scripts for the season." She read them over a weekend and said, "No, thanks."
Probably.
Probably, yeah. Different showrunner, maybe might have been a different story.
I would have loved her to get a bigger role, have to be honest.
Just realised what it is, though, the Prison Zero's teeth remind me of. Vampires of Venice.
Oh, yeah, with the teeth, yeah.
Stay safe out there. I know you're walking away, but just keep yourself safe. She wrote, "Hi, guys, just checking in. I'm still in hell right now. But just look after yourself. Just make sure that, there's unnecessary... what's that? Unnecessary human contact? Was that what it is? Yeah. Oh, no, it's ridiculous that you have to be out there. Apparently, we've passed over 1 million.
There's the duck pond.
Stay well.
That's very clever. A bit of the James Bond music as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And you know what's so great is even before we get to the iconic scene on the roof later on, even from the first minute the first time I ever watched this episode, there's not a single second where I didn't buy Matt Smith as the Doctor from minute one.
No. As soon as he came out the TARDIS, I thought, he's definitely going to be a good Doctor. He just had it. I think you have to have that certain something to be a good Doctor, and majority of them have, I think.
The young lad, but he acts old. Even this look.
Yeah, in a young body.
This is brilliant.
And there's like such an, I mean, clearly, you know, you're right. I mean, he's like the 1,000-year-old Time Lord who has like a dozen different strategies, but he plays it with such like an, you know, so much of it seems like there's like an innocent naivete to, you know, what he's doing. Cause I mean, in this episode, especially, I mean, he's, you know, he's improvising. He's trying to kind of think as he goes because he has that tight deadline. And yet he's still vulnerable in a lot of it. He's still going through the regeneration trauma, but you know, the way he can, you know, improv throughout the whole thing as the Doctor, I mean, dealing with the situation is great.
I love this part.
Just occurs, you know, if he
See, I
doesn't,
always.
wouldn't that have had sort of pretty much the effect that we all thought the Y2K bug was going to do? What about all the computers that suddenly set to zero?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the Millennium Bug and that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Millennium Bug, that's the one. Hopefully no aircraft say that the computers are affected by that bug.
Yeah, those little girls are scary, Chris. I agree with you. I do love this part. Here we go. Right now.
That's great. That's great.
I love the look of their faces when he does that.
He's still trying to see what works and what doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. The Shining Girl's on crack. That's brilliant.
Oh, this is great. Like the Doctor hasn't seen. This is better than a mirror scene where he looks in the mirror. He's like, who's that supposed to be?
That's rubbish, isn't it? Yeah.
You think about it, it's a good point, because if you look in a mirror, you only ever see yourself reversed, unless you see an actual
Right.
picture of yourself, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, did you see that there's some memes going around where you take a photograph, cut it down the middle and mirror image it? There's one of the people I follow did something about that. It looks really weird.
Right.
You literally just put on full face photo, literally mirror image one half onto the other.
And isn't Caitlin Blackwood great? I mean, she immediately sells the evil Amelia. She's great. She's great at that too.
Mm.
You see how you say Matt Smith was the old man in a young body? I always thought John Petrie was the old man in a young body because he was more action-packed.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
And you know the thing about like Matt Smith, when he went into audition for the role, Moffat was already familiar with him because Matt Smith was the first actor to audition for Watson for Sherlock.
Oh,
all right, I didn't know that. No.
And he was the third actor to audition for the Doctor, and they were all kind of blown away that, you know, somebody that they could find such a strong candidate so quickly, because they weren't going to go young again after Tennant. But then he kind of, Patterson Joseph was also, I remember his name in the mix, you know, for the Doctor. But apparently when Matt Smith came back for the second audition, it was, you know, it's pretty much his job.
This is
I can
it.
imagine him killing it. Yeah, yeah.
One of the best scenes coming up where he calls them back. I agree. This is it now. This is where he gets his costume together as well now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which I think I read that the costume and the locker room scene was not part of the original draft of this. It was something they added because they wanted to show how he collected all the clothes.
I always like that bit where they the Doctor always finds his clothes either in the TARDIS or some other room.
Going back to the third Doctor and McGann, how they steal their clothes.
Oh, the little kicking in. That's just so good. Murray Gold, you legend.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to get Moffat back. I don't care if they give him come back. Just come back now. We need you back. And bring this fella back as well. Don't care how you do it. Bring Smith back.
We need Russell back and Steve Moffat as well.
Bring them all
collaboration.
back. Murray Gold.
Collaboration and Murray Gold, yeah. I'll be happy then.
And you know, I gotta say, not at all to throw shade on Tennant, who was a wonderful Doctor, but I remember when I first saw this episode, you know, because Matt Smith is so captivating and the chemistry between these three is so good that I don't remember missing, you know, Tennant at all. I mean, not that I don't think he was great, but it's like Matt Smith so owned this episode. It's like I wasn't mentally comparing him to Tennant. I was just all in on him.
Different persona.
Just whack me lighter away. There we go.
The Doctor will see you now.
Bow ties are cool. This is just epic. We need to get them back. We have to start a campaign to get Moffat back. He has to come back. He clearly still loves Doctor Who. Bring him back.
I think Matt Smith regrets as well leaving.
He does. He regrets leaving.
Yeah.
You know, some people say, no, we had his time. He's more mature.
All right. I'm going to put this out there as a quick contest for all three of you. Let's see who can name, as they flash through all the villains and the Doctors, everybody like name all the, as fast as you can, name all the characters as they go, all the villains and monsters.
It's going too bleeding fast, for God's sake, Gary.
Well, they'll get it. Oh, come on. Oh, we're fans, Noel. We can do it.
Right, here we go. Okay. I love this line, though.
Either in both sorts, Daleks can you type.
Cyberman.
Cyberman, yeah.
The
Arachnos,
Crane,
Sycorax, Centauran, Sea Devil.
Crappy crap.
Sea Devil, yeah.
I got them all in one.
If it helps, I can name all the Doctors in order.
Yes, there you go. That's easier. That's a lot easier. Right there.
There he is. I'm the Doctor. Yes, you fucking are. Sorry, I have to say that. Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah.
Run. Oh, yeah.
If we were to put together like a best Doctor scene of all time, that would have to be like no top three.
The Genesis scene is the Genesis of the Daleks, with Tom Baker faces the moral dilemma.
Yeah.
And there's the TARDIS.
I don't know who's. Yeah.
That's what I like
the
about
glowy
the
key,
Doctors.
just like in was it Father's Day? The other episode that had the glowy key.
When he's looking at the key, how intensely he's looking at the key. He's like,
yeah.
And then he's just gone. I have to say, I did like this. No.
Yeah, I love the new TARDIS.
Yeah, really good.
And you know those window frames there and the St. John's ambulance logo, those are actually taken from the callback from the Cushing films, because Cushing's TARDIS had those windows, and that's an homage to.
That's right, yeah.
I have to admit, we were all the same when we seen this TARDIS console room.
Yeah.
It's
it's great.
Who do you think had the best outward TARDIS, the outside of it? Which was your favourite? Colin?
I don't know. I think, to be quite honest, I don't actually necessarily pay much attention to the outside of the TARDIS.
Because there's a lot of different heights or different shapes, even shades of blue.
Yeah.
Even a light, different
I
light
do
on
like
top.
Jodie Whittaker's one. Controversial.
I do quite like that one, which I hate to say, but I'm not knocking the sets or anything. But yeah, it's quite a good TARDIS, that one.
Yeah, the outside is, but when you get in the inside,
the outside, but the inside's hideous. The worst console I've ever seen.
Can I be really controversial and say the one when he got the communion circuit back, it wasn't the police box for 5 minutes?
Oh, when it was the organ.
Yeah.
Colin Baker in the
yeah.
That was Attack of the Cybermen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean the police box is as iconic as it comes, isn't it?
I love that bit as well, where Colin Baker played it.
Oh yeah.
Played the TARDIS. Yeah, I love that.
I love this now. This scene.
Yeah.
About as I go.
And I love that the Doctor takes her in when she's in her nightgown, just like Wendy in Peter Pan.
Yeah.
It kind of pretty much means you must go almost straight into one piece below.
Do you know that? This is the reaction I miss. You know when she goes in, as you said, when she goes into the TARDIS or they see the TARDIS. Now when people go into the TARDIS, it's like, yeah.
Just
bigger on the inside.
That's it. It's like they've been in one all the time, these new lot.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, matter of fact. There's no interest in it, or why is it bigger on the inside? Oh right, move on. And that's all you get in the script. That's bad writing.
And this is my favorite line of the episode. My favorite line of the episode is when he says, she says, I grew up. He goes, I'll soon fix that. That's almost for me, that's almost like a mission statement for my relationship with the entire series ever since I've been a fan. It's like this is, the good Doctor Who can always, you can always effortlessly make you feel young. So to me, that's actually him talking about the entire series.
Yeah.
I have to say, look at this. Because you don't see it properly yet until it comes into focus, and then you're like, holy Moffat, you did yourself. Wow.
Yeah. If you can go back and find the double spread Radio Times cover that showed the two of them, and where you can get a really, really, really good shot of the entire console room.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's out there. You can probably Google it and find it, but that's a great
shot.
That. Yeah, that console's magnificence. Oh, I know, it's brilliant. Look at that.
Look at that. Oh my God. It's just far superior. And it's got a bit of TARDIS in there as well. You see the coral is still there. And when you have to know now, look, it's covered in the coral.
I like to watch the 360 turnaround one. That's good.
Yeah. I love that it's cobbled together from parts that anybody at home can make their own TARDIS out of, like the bath taps, the typewriter, the pinball machine pieces. It's like we can make that ourselves if we wanted to, which is great.
Here's the screwdriver.
Although, of course, as we know, it's got the same program that's been going on at Cheats, David Tennant. The Day of the Doctor.
Great screwdriver, that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
And not a crystal claw in sight.
Look at the amazement on her face, and then terrified. She's terrified then.
Yeah. And there we go. There's the crack.
You see, the thing about it is he noticed it, knocked it off and said, "Feck it, I'll deal with it later."
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean,
I
it's
will just deal with it later. It doesn't look. We're only one episode in. We don't need to blow our load right now.
no. I think it's a really great little quick indicator to everybody watching that that's the arc, because by now we'd forgotten about the crack at the beginning of the story because we just went through all of this, and now that he just reminded us of it.
Murray Gold's music is just in this part. Bye bye, Tardis.
Yeah. Next stop everywhere. I love that.
And this is just bring back Doctor Who. That's what I say. Bring back that BBC. Just re-show Matt Smith's era again.
Shut.
And there we go. I love the way it pans into our room. You see all the little cards, little dolls,
Yeah.
and then you see this.
Did you shout me? Why are you up here? Why are you up here?
Dun dun dun.
You're on the
Uh-oh.
left.
Yeah.
Why are you downstairs?
Coming soon.
Hey,
There was the trailer. The trailer was just brilliant, I have to say.
why are you quiet?
Shut door.
Why are you quiet?
This is just brilliant, this trailer.
Other people can hear you.
Oh yeah. No, it's like you couldn't wait for the whole rest of the season after watching that.
Yeah. There's my favorite Weeping Angel story right there. Seriously, Blink apparently, I was doing research. Blink is the one that's rated the greatest episode of all time by Doctor Who fans. Like, what the hell? Now, I didn't like that part, I have to admit. The planes up in space.
Shut
I
door.
still watching the trailer just in case you're wondering.
I'm trying to remember. We haven't seen River, have we? We saw River in Silence in the Library.
Yeah.
Next time we see her is in
The time
the Ages, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this trailer was the first time that people thought, "Oh, River's coming back."
Yeah. And nobody knew why either. That was the thing. Well, listen, that was absolutely fantastic. That was brilliant, man.
Hey, Noel, what were some of the like Matt Smith and Moffat? Did they say anything else that was fun or interesting?
With you, my Twitter completely just died on me because it's on my phone. I haven't been able to check since I last checked, but I'm gonna check now. Let's see, because I actually followed Stephen Moffat. He'll be gone after this. He won't be back apparently. So,
well, I mean, I have to think that I really, really hope they do a Capaldi one, because I'd love to see Capaldi and Moffat Twitter on one of these about one of his episodes. That would be amazing. Like they could do like Mummy, they could do like Mummy on the Orient Express, or something like that.
Flatline.
Something interesting here. He says, and that was the Doctor arriving from the Angels Take Manhattan, but we didn't know that then.
Oh, are you talking about the last shot we see of Amelia sitting on her briefcase where she looks up and smiles? Yeah, that's the. I was wondering. I mean, that scene, they reused that in Angels Take Manhattan, but I mean, do you think he already was planning on, setting this up like almost 3 seasons in the future?
Seriously, it actually looks like, by reading some of his tweets tonight, it looks like that he had all this planned out already, even before he took the job. A bit like what Chris Chibnall said about his story arc, that he already had it in his head. It looks like Moffat does as well, but the difference between Moffat and Chibnall is that Moffat can actually write sci-fi, whereas unfortunately Chibnall can't. But listen, to have this trending, Absolutely great. I'll ask is now, but I already kind of know what it's probably gonna be tens all around the board. But I want to ask everybody in the live chat as well. Rate this episode out of 10 and let me know what you thought of Matt Smith first time as the Doctor as well, because obviously this was the first time, the first full episode that we've seen of him as the Doctor. So be nice to actually hear what you think on that one as well. So we'll start off with you, Gary.
Episode, do I have to stay 10? Can I vote 11? 11 out of 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it 11 out of 10. Matt Smith, in an instant, owned this role. And so I have strong 10 for Matt Smith. Karen Gillan, there wasn't anything really about her that I didn't like. So I'll give her like a 9. Arthur Darville, only because they emphasized the kind of goofy, semi-emasculated Rory, and he would grow later on when he came back as a regular. I'll give him a 7. So I mean, this is, like I said, this is my favorite new Who episode, bar none.
Nice. It's up there with Heaven Sent for me, I have to say. But Heaven Sent was slightly better, but that's just personal opinion. Colin, what the follow on from Gary? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it certainly buys with my best things. I think I'll give it a 10 as well, simply because it's the start and it just started everything off so well.
They did actually.
I don't know if I'd necessarily want to sort of judge anybody in particular, each particular actor. It's difficult to tell because, of course, you've got to remember that we've seen them each of these at the start of the run. So, you're judging now, we're judging them from what we know is going to happen to them, rather than just judging them from first sight. So it's difficult, I think, to actually sort of say who gets what. But I'd certainly give them all 9s or 10s for the actors, certainly.
Yeah. I'll just read this super chat before we get to John. So it's Garbage. It's a £5 super chat. Thank you very much, Garbage. Really appreciate it. I know things are very strained for everybody, so I really do appreciate that. Stephen Moffat at Stephen W. Moffat. 10 million, and that was the Doctor arriving. 10 M, and that was the Doctor arriving from the Angels Takes Manhattan, but we didn't know that then. Hashtag fish custard. I literally just read that out.
10 million, I think, is the audience number from this episode because it got 10 million.
Did it?
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, look, there was a lot of people that weren't sure about Matt Smith at the time, so 10 million is actually pretty bloody amazing. And I say I'd be very surprised if it didn't go on. Actually, I think I did show that before. I think it does dip again, but then by the third episode, I think it starts to go up the upward trajectory. I can't say that word. I'm not even going to say it.
Trajectory.
Yeah, that's the word. Thanks. My wife is too busy to help me out because she's on her phone.
And guys, if you think about it, I think that of all the new Who Doctors, I think Matt Smith had more pressure on him he had to get the role right from minute 1 because he was coming off a massively popular Doctor. No one probably expected that anybody could replace Tennant or even approach him as for being a well-loved Doctor. And so it wasn't even really, it was Moffat too, but Matt Smith especially. He had to get this exactly right out of the gate in order to replace, because I'm sure a lot of people when this first aired watched the show going like, oh, Matt Smith, there's no way you're going to be as good as Tennant. I dare you to be, because they thought I'll still love Doctor Who, but just not as much. Right. So Matt Smith really had to, get it done right away.
Yeah.
Sorry, my whole stream just went down there, so I hope everybody heard what Gary had to say there, but it went
quiet for a couple of seconds.
So, John, just getting back, would you be in agreement with the lads there? I think it's an overall majority, isn't it, that this episode was fantastic.
Definitely, yeah. Well, I'd say Matt Smith is definitely a strong 10, if not more.
Yeah.
Karen, I'd say about 7 or 8 for a first debut. Same with Rory, I'd give him a 7, but like it's been said before, he did get better as he had more appearances, and he grows on you a bit more then.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I forgot, guys, to mention before that we are joined today on the stream with the 11th Doctor. We are joined with Amy is joining us, and we also have Rory. So we have all 3 of them together joining us on our stream today.
Excellent.
And there's Matt Smith.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, it's the Pandorica one.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah. So that's my little bad boy. I have all the doctors lined up in front of the TV there. Actually, it's funny. We watch TV and all the doctors are right beside me TV. So, yeah. Yeah. Look, you can tell by me when decent Doctor Who is on, this is the type of reaction you would get. I don't want to be giving out about Doctor Who all the time and having to criticize it. When it's this good, I do nothing but praise the show. Don't get me wrong, this was a perfect episode. Moffat does do things in the era that does annoy me. I have to be honest with you, but I'd take that any day. I take that now over what Chris Chibnall's given us. But the thing about it is, what strikes me is, and just talking about Chris Chibnall briefly, is that all of this is happening and all the excitement that's happening, and all he's done and managed to do is a pathetic short story that seemed like it was written by a 12-year-old, right?
Yeah.
He's done nothing. Jodie Whittaker then does a video to reassure the younger viewers after Peter Capaldi had did the video the day before. They're not being genuine here at all. And the thing about it is, this is the time for them to start winning fans over, to be quite honest with you. If they did something and they she's at home isolated. You think she can't set up a Twitter account and they get the fans together and say, let's do a watch along, even if it's not one of her episodes. And she even says, let's do a watch along at David Tennant or Christopher Eccleston or something. That would go a long, long way, right? Especially with fans like me. That'd go a long way. That'd be like, okay, she's trying to embrace what came before. She's not ignoring what came before. She's making an effort.
Especially not when
no, nothing hardly.
Yeah, but I don't really need to see Jodie Whittaker coming to us live from inside a cardboard box or whatever it was that she filmed that in. But
Oh, no, 289, thank you. He says it's a £5 super chat. He says, sorry, I haven't sent you a super chat before. So here you are. Thanks very much. Again, look, I'm not worried about the super chats. At the end of the day, I know everybody's going through a bit of turmoil at the moment, whether it's financially, mental health wise or whatever. And I know there's a lot of people out there suffering from mental health right now that probably feel like, this is probably the worst thing to happen right now. But listen, if you're feeling down, you feel like you need to talk to someone, the social media, this is
absolutely,
social media is going to play a huge part in this. It does get criticized, but this is the one time that I think that social media can be used for the good. So if you're feeling down and you need to chat, and if you know me or anybody, send me a message my way, man. I know what you're going through. I suffer with depression myself. It's not nice, especially when you're isolated like this. But, friendly chat always goes a long way. So if you need to talk to someone, I'm here and the rest of the guys are here. Just like, you're not on your own. That's all I'm trying to say. You're not on your own. As everybody has said, we're in this together. And we are. So thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it because I know everybody is strained in different ways. So I appreciate it, Unknown 289. And by the way, he's responsible for the intro that I have for this channel. So thank you again. And hashtag Teddy for the doctor. Yeah, I don't know. Teddy wouldn't make a great doctor, to be honest with you, because he'd spend his time going around pooping and peeing on stuff and trying to hump you. That's what Ted does.
So kind of like Joseph.
I used to talk to Unknown 289 in Noel in your chats all the time back when I was Gare 535.
Yeah.
But yeah, so hi there to Unknown. And I got to say that, my own personal mental health has improved quite a bit since series 12 ended. But you're right that yeah, this is a time we got to band together, and these chats and these streams are a fantastic way to do it.
That's it. By the way, Lee Anthony Davis is in the chat. Now, Lee Anthony Davis told us all that he had contracted, if I'm correct, the coronavirus, but he has said that he has now recovered. So I'm absolutely delighted that you have. Just for a matter of interest, though, for anybody here that is a little bit worried about it, could you tell us some of the symptoms that you actually had, and actually let people know what they should look out for? Because I think that would be that'd be very useful, because you went through it firsthand. So listening to someone that's actually been through it would be better than listening to someone that hasn't. Do you know what I mean? So if there's any advice you could give to people out there, put it in the chat there, and I'll read it out even. But I'm glad you're feeling well. Thanks be to God, because this will, whether we like it or not, this is going to kill people. Let's just pray that we can all get through it, and that the death toll is not as high as many of us think it will be. This is just a disaster.
I mean, I know here in California, we were one of the first states that did the governor came out and basically told us all to, quarantine. It's not a lockdown, but he basically said, stay inside as much as you can. So I've only been venturing out to go to the grocery store.
Same here.
When I need to.
Same here.
Yeah.
But I've been trying, I don't know about yours, but I've tried to limit it to, I used to go shopping, say 3 times a week, but now I've brought that down to once a week now. So I just go out, get what I need, and I don't overdo it. You know what I mean? Might buy the extra thing here and there, but I'm not going out bulk buying, because that's just ridiculous.
No. Yeah. Just waste.
That's it. And for anybody that is out there doing that, you don't realize that you're not going to be able to eat all that food. You're not going to use all of that toilet roll. You'll be dead by all the time. Someone made the calculation. Some of the toilet roll that people are buying, they're never going to actually use it all in your lifetime. You are idiots. That's the one thing I would say to people. Stop all this panic buying, because think about it. You're making it harder for old age pensioners to get their food as well. So stop being selfish. We have airtime to go out and shop. And now in the UK and in Ireland now we have shopping hours from 11 to 2. And that is for carers that are looking after old people, right? So they go out and do their shopping in Duns over here. So basically, nobody else can at those times. It's just for people that are looking after people, or for the old age pensioners themselves. And that's brilliant. That's a great idea. That's the way it should be done. We have our shopping hours. They have their shopping hours. And they get up earlier than most of us anyway, because some of the old age, even Cheryl's up at the crack of dawn sometimes. Like, it's crazy. So people like that can do their shopping at 11, 12, 1, 2. Whereas I'm only getting up out of bed at that time. So.
Hi Cheryl. By the way, I haven't said that today. Hi Cheryl.
Oh, she's in having a shower now, lads. She's in having a shower now. I don't even know why I'm still sitting. Should sit on my sofa actually. There you go. That's better.
Oh. I was just going to say, Noel. In all my time of watching the show since the early 70s, I've had a few gripes about certain things, but I've never felt so strongly about how this last 2 seasons have been dealt with. And I think that's why I've got on my soapbox a bit more, because it's just soul destroying watching what's happening with Chibnall.
Interesting question. Which is worse for you? Series 11 or Series 12?
Well,
Which
Series
did
11,
most damage?
well, I think Series 11 was just so boring.
Yeah.
You know, it's the first time I'd lost interest in like the program to the extent of that. You know, you used to get the odd story what you didn't like, and you probably not watch it again for a while. But I can honestly say, hand on heart, that I've never watched or any of the repeats of Series 11.
Yeah.
With Series 12, well, it's a mixed bag, really. He got some good ideas, and then he got some really stupid ideas, and then you've got somebody who can't act. The rest of the fam, as you call it, just a bunch of planks, basically. So I'd say 12, because of the last episode. It was so soul destroying watching it when they changed canon. And I think that's what did it for me. You know, we gave her 2 series, give her a chance. Well, you look at Matt Smith, 1 story, you knew he was the Doctor.
Yeah.
Peter Capaldi, you knew he was the Doctor after 1 story. You know, and then you've got Jodie after 2 series, and she hasn't still got a clue.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, 2. I said it the other day. I said both of them have had 2 years now, and if the talk is still about, well, you know, it's only their 2nd series, there's still improvements. If you still have to make improvements after 2 years, you shouldn't be
There's something wrong,
right? So Chris Chibnall has had 2 series. Is he up to the standard? No. Fans saying, even the ones that support him, say he needs to improve this, that, and the other. I would say to you guys, after 2 years, if he hasn't got it right, more than likely he's not going to get it right. So he might as well step down. And it's the same with Jodie Whittaker. If we're still saying after 2 years that she doesn't feel like the Doctor, well, then she's not the Doctor and she shouldn't be playing the role either. Simple.
Well, Tom Baker said this. Tom Baker said this when they asked him, what about a female Doctor?
Yeah.
And he plays you. He says, well, give her 2 seasons. And if she's still not very good, get somebody else in. And I have to agree with him. They should do that. Get rid of her now. She's had a chance. Get rid of Chibnall. He's always been a mediocre writer.
Yeah.
I mean, the last 5 minutes of this episode, Matt Smith, and he's on the roof of the Atraxi, more Doctor Who than 2 years of Jodie.
Yeah.
Definitely.
When you say which is worse, how did you find worse? The season I managed to suck the way through, or the season that I only watched 1 episode of? Which was season 12.
I'd say it was season 12.
Yeah. I say for the first time,
soul destroying.
First time ever, I just did not. I saw part 2 of Spyfall, and that was it. I didn't bother with the rest of it. Why you been like that?
The Doom one, yeah. I quite enjoyed the Doom one to start with, until it. Captain Jack, looking forward to it. Yeah, he came back, shoehorned in, only to get this stupid story across at the end.
I think there have been some interesting ideas. It's just they've been completely, utterly,
just thrown up in a bag, just thrown up in the air, cherry picked as well off different series. A lot of the ideas are cherry picked, and then they're brought onto the screen. And these ideas, what they've pinched, are useless compared to the originals. And it's blatantly obvious that they've cherry picked off different stories.
Absolutely.
God knows how Moffat feels.
I know. We absolutely spot on. It's like Chris Chibnall got a blender, right? And he put all the best ideas in, right? Blended it up and poured it out onto the table and just said, right, wherever it lands, that's what we're going to do. And that's what it looked like. even the series 12 was highly edited. You can see it was, right? There's certain scenes in it where Jodie's hair length is slightly bleeding longer because you can see that she came back for reshoots. A lot of series 12 was reshot. And the question you have to ask is yourselves, and this is the big question that most of these articles and all miss out. Why was it reshot? What was wrong with it that had to be reshot in the first place? And if this is the second time that he's had to reshoot something, why? What's going on? Obviously, he's not running the job. They don't like the standard of what he's producing. So I still don't get BBC's logic. Like, these watch-alongs are very telling, Gary. When I see these watch-alongs, right, and I see the fandom react positively, and I mean, there's not one negative comment out there. It's concentrated on the episode, the story that we're tweeting along here, and everybody is just talking about how great it is, right? You don't hear anybody.
Well, you watch these episodes. You look at the choice of the episodes we've had. It was Day of the Doctor, then Rose, Vincent of the Doctor, and now this. And I don't know about you guys, but in watching all these episodes, again, you can immediately, I mean, Noel, how many times did one of us in the last hour say, I love this scene? I mean, it must have been about 100 times that one of us said, I love this scene, I love this scene. So watching any of these stories, at least for me, you can immediately, I mean, several times during each one of these stories, you can immediately connect into why you love Doctor Who so much. Whether it's like a piece of acting or the scene or the story or just a moment that you love or whatever. And, you know, we're immediately connected. We're immediately kind of re-engaged with, you know, our love for Doctor Who. It all comes back. And then you talk about like season 11 and 12. And for me, I don't consider it Doctor Who. I mean, my headcanon ends with, actually, my headcanon ends with the Doctor falls because I don't like how Twice Upon a Time treated the first Doctor. So my headcanon ends with Capaldi's first regeneration. But for me, you know, I mean, whoever's been picking these episodes for the rewatch is brilliant, because I mean the choices are dead on, because every one of these stories kind of immediately connects us individually and all together with what makes Doctor Who so great. And for me, like Steve, I gotta say one last thing I gotta say, but you asked what about between the difference between season 11 and 12 and which one you prefer. Like, again, to me, I discount either, but to me, the difference between those two seasons, it's like the difference between eating a bland bowl of oatmeal and drinking drain cleaner. That to me is the kind of difference between series 11 and series 12.
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, just to let you know, I don't know if you are aware of this, but the first watch along that they did was obviously Rose, wasn't it?
No, it's Day of the Doctor.
Oh, Day of the Doctor, sorry.
Yeah.
And after Day of the Doctor, I received some information off the source, right? And I was told that these episodes are not picked at random. They're picked by design, right? There's something going on behind the scenes, that this whole watch along thing didn't just come about organically. This is planned, and there's a couple of people behind it that don't like the current production team, and this is to kind of show them up. Now that's what I've been told, right? Again, I will say, take it with a pinch of salt, but that's what I was told. But for anybody that is interested in knowing, it comes from the very same source that gave me the Spyfall information that was taken down by the BBC when Series 12 started a couple of days before I dropped the cliffhanger on this channel. BBC had taken it down. So it comes from that source. So take it as you will, but I tend to believe that there's something behind it. Stephen Moffat doesn't come back on Twitter for nothing. That's all.
I was going to say, do those two people have the initials RTD and SM?
You could, if that's what you want to speculate, I will.
Okay, I'm gonna speculate that.
I will leave it to your imagination, of course. But yeah, this apparently is not done organically. This is done by design. So I hope that is true. Because right now, if I was the BBC looking at this, I would be rightly embarrassed.
Yeah.
To see
Definitely,
Fish
definitely.
trending at #1, and you had Spy Master last night, and the trends at 4, and then drops down to the top 20. That's embarrassing. Fish custard.
Well, no, what was it? Wasn't it the I think Heels versus Babyface put up the this week. It's like in the maybe 4 or 5 days ago, where he was talking about how well, I know it was right after Vincent and the Doctor, how BBC America tried to piggyback on all of this, seeing how successful the first 3 rewatches were. They tried to piggyback on it with a hilarious idea about showing series 12, and even then they had to push that back because they knew that I think Vincent and the Doctor was going to, or Rose or something was going to conflict with it, so they even had to push themselves back. So I can't imagine that they're getting any of the same kind of response to those rewatches of series 12 as these ones are. It was a great video that Heels versus Baby, because he was just pointing out the absurdity of BBC America thinking that was going to be anywhere nearly as popular.
It's not, and I think BBC. This is where they're clueless. I think they don't realise. Listen, the reason why these watch-alongs are popular is because they're decent Doctor Who. They're Doctor Who. Fans have been starved Doctor Who for nearly 3 years. If you include the end of Moffat's era, they have been starved of Doctor Who. This is why these are popular. These are the most popular episodes, but not only the most popular episodes. Well, not all of them, but some of them are, right? But the reason why they're so beloved is because it's Doctor Who. They don't. Series 12 rewatch is not going to work. The only people that are going to watch it are about 10 people, right? You're wasting years of time. It's actually embarrassing that you're trying to piggyback on this, and that's what they tried to do.
No, I've looked more forward to this than I've all of series 11 and 12. I've been more excited watching these than any of those stories. They're just pathetic.
I agree.
Chris has actually Chris, in his reply to Flavius in the comments, made a good comment. Something I've talked for a while about Jodie wanting to be Missy. I think if they'd had Jodie's Doctor had actually been Missy, regenerated and having trouble my brain's gone, becoming good, my brain live stream brain fart, I've forgotten the word I want, but when she's not the Doctor, she's Missy, regenerated, but there's some confusion possibly with her
body swap.
No, not body swapping. It starts with R, and my brain's completely closed. There's a word for when someone makes good. What the whole of her art was, the whole
redemption.
Redemption.
That's redemption.
So you've got Missy regenerates. Something goes wrong. There's some confusion, possibly because she's trying to redeem herself and be good, and she regenerates into Jodie's character. So Jodie's character is actually Missy, confused and wanting to be good. That, I think, would actually have worked the way the character went. If she was a lot more like Missy than she was the Doctor. But of course, that's not the way they decided to go. They decided to wipe out the embarrassing 12 or 13 white men that have been the Doctor.
Does anybody know, do any of you guys or anybody in the chat know whether on those BBC America Series 12 rewatches they're doing, and I think they're doing them daily. I don't think they're doing them weekly like these, but on those daily Series 12 rewatches, does anybody know whether, much like Moffat and Matt Smith and Karen Gillan are joining everybody with these, does anybody know if Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker are joining the 3 people watching those streams for a live chat?
It'd
No
be funny.
idea.
No, they won't show up. Of course they won't. She has stayed.
That's how much they care about the show. Jodie Whittaker.
Because I can't imagine
And
there's more
Chibnall.
than a handful of people watching those.
No, not at all.
You know, you've got Matt Smith, who hasn't been on the show for years, and he turns up to watch it. But you've got your current doctor not interested in watch-alongs. Same as your current runner, your showrunner, not interested in watching it. That says a lot about the show.
Mm.
You know, I feel, as much as I love Matt Smith, and I do adore Matt Smith and, you know, his time as the doctor, but honestly, I feel so bad for the guy. I mean, he has had such a run of not fortunate luck in his post who career, even compared to kind of Karen Gillan, you know, and I know he doesn't, obviously I'm sure he doesn't envy her success, but it's like, it just seems like Matt Smith can't, I know he was on The Crown. I have not seen that. So, I mean, I'll put that out there that I've heard that he was terrific on The Crown. I've not seen that, but I mean, in terms of movies and stuff, it just seems like he hasn't been able to catch a break. I mean, he was in that Terminator movie, which I never saw that one. Supposedly in one of the early, I supposedly, depending on whatever the real truth is about this, the Rise of Skywalker, that he actually filmed scenes for that as some kind of early form of the Emperor or something, but that all got cut when that movie started going through all the multiple reshoots and everything. So it's like he just can't seem to catch a break movie-wise.
No.
Moffat put up a photograph of them watching it at the 11th hour 10 years ago. With Matt Smith is in the room. It looks like he's watching it with his family.
Wow, that's great.
Actually, I want to find what was that new scene actually. The Raggedy
Was it like a story like
Raggedy Doctor by Emilia Pond? I have it here, but I probably won't be able. Hold on, will it get copyrighted? I wonder. Hold on, I'll see if it's owned by the BBC for.
Yeah, if it's a video and you put it up, yeah, it might be copyright struck.
Oh, they've got a YouTube channel called Doctor Who Lockdown, and it only has 1.16 thousand subscribers. I'm subscribing to that. And by the way, Stephen Moffat said, "Stay tuned. He's coming back for more." He said, "Stay tuned." In one of his tweets, he said, "Stay safe, stay at home, and stay tuned."
He's got to do a Capaldi. He's got to do a Capaldi episode. He's just got to.
Yeah.
He has to. And Peter's
that's on the cards.
and he's imagine if Peter Capaldi comes on Twitter, I'm going to do shit. I'm going no seriously, because he is like, for me, when it comes to new doctors, he is the ultimate. Oh my god, I lose it.
He loves the show. He loves the show. Capaldi.
I'd like if Capaldi came on one of these streams. They could rig it where he has the capacity to see what people are watching or streaming to him. Because I always fear that Capaldi has no idea about how much esteem he's held in by Who fans. I mean, maybe he does. I mean, he probably does. I'm always so worried that you know, he thinks that the fans didn't like him, or that, you know, his run wasn't successful and he feels bad about it. But I just want him to be like completely overwhelmed with the fan love.
Yeah. You see, I was thinking with Matt Smith, he wasn't a fan of the show because the show wasn't around when he was growing up. And even though he got the job, he went back and watched all the old tapes. Patrick Troughton's his favourite, and to this day, he still loves the show.
Yeah, well.
But as with this current doctor, was it Chibnall saying she wasn't allowed to watch him, or didn't she want to watch him?
Well, I mean,
classics.
Chibnall has said that, you know, he didn't want her to be, who knows? I mean, he wanted her to play the page, supposedly, and not be, you know, distracted by any other, but it's like, well, but see, the problem with that is what happened. When you play the page, you don't have any characterization that goes beyond surface level. That was the one big thing about one of the reasons why I've never bought into Jodie's Doctor, is because for every other actor playing the Doctor, you get the specific way they're playing it, but they're able to play all the undertones. They're all to play the echoes of past Doctors. They're able to bring kind of a gravitas and layers to it that, you know, are not there because she's only playing the page. She's playing the words in the script and the actions. But there's absolutely nothing underpinning the way that she plays the Doctor. So that's why I never see the Doctor in her.
Well, I've always said the Doctor has a blueprint from basic, you know, fights good, has morals, you know, always looks after the weak and whatever. And then each Doctor has put their own perspective on the role, if you know what I mean, their own persona brought in. So they're all slightly different in that way. You could have a grumpy one or a happy one or a zany one or a serious one. I think with Jodie, like you've just said, she's just spurting the lines out. I don't think she's given any direction in how to go and bring out her own persona in this character. I think basically it's just blandness. And I don't think it helps with the bad writing.
It's basically, well, but here's the thing. I mean, all the Doctors since 1963, all of them have had dodgy scripts from time to time. But you sell it because you take the material seriously. You sell, you know, you take your own characterization of the Doctor seriously. And you use that to hopefully elevate whatever as much as you can, whatever weaker scripts there is. So if there was anything beyond, but when you only play a script, if the script is weak, you have nothing, because that's all you're playing. You have nothing to bring for those rainy days when you're having to work with a script that's less than stellar. So no wonder in 2 seasons where the majority of the scripts have just been all over the place, all she can really play is a second or third generation Tennant copy, where she's talking fast, she's acting manic, and all of that. But that's not a characterization. That's not a character. That's a couple of character bits. That's not a full character.
Like Capaldi, even with his bad scripts, it was still believable. You believed in him. You believed what the Doctor was saying. But with Jodie, she's just, I'd go to say at best a soap actress or a supporting actress, but not in the lead role of something iconic like the Doctor.
I mean, and you know, you mentioned a few minutes ago about about her not watching any of the shows. So if you're coming on to play a character, which supposedly is the same character that's been around for 50 odd years, why would you not want to make sure, if you're the showrunner, that actress has a grounding in what the character foundations are supposed to be? It's not that you have to copy Tom Baker. You don't have to copy Peter Davison. You don't have to copy Patrick Troughton, but you do have to have a working knowledge of the basic of the through line of the character, those characteristics that have underpinned whatever interpretation of the character has been over 50 years. You've got to have a solid grounding in that through line, at which point you then lay on your own, you add your own interpretation on top of it. You don't go in blind, stumbling around saying, I have no idea what this character is about other than what's on the script in front of me. Oh, plus a couple of episodes I watched that my mate David Tennant was in. I mean, that's unbelievable.
It's I just can't understand where she goes with the scripts. If you look in the past, you see all the doctors with all their own personas, and she has got no redeeming qualities whatsoever as a doctor. You don't go into Othello or Shakespeare and not check out how that character behaves. You do it with any character, but she doesn't seem to have got that into her head somehow. I don't know if anybody else agrees on the panel.
We've just gotten.
Yeah,
Noel, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
I'm at the being on Twitter there. So Emily Cook, 29 minutes ago, is at the putting out a tweet. So the doctor's wife will be on Saturday, the 11th of April. Neil Gaiman himself will be along this episode. By the way, she did also add, which makes me believe that Moffat and maybe Jodie Whittaker will make an appearance, because she wrote, "Don't panic, guys. The other doctors are on their way. But first this, join at Neil himself for a live tweet along of the doctor's wife on Saturday, the 11th of April, 8 p.m. So hashtag bigger on the inside is the hashtag for that one. So
if they do a Jodie Whittaker episode, I really don't really care that much about what she is going to tweet. I want to see what everybody else is tweeting during her show.
Yes. And
if anybody's watching.
And hopefully they're trending the hashtag RIP Doctor Who at the same time. Let's get that trending over her one. Do you get me? So whatever hashtag they choose, that who does make an appearance, we use the hashtag RIP Doctor Who or Hartnell first. But we have to get one of them trending, or get the two of them trending at the same time. But make sure that they're trending over the hashtag that they're using. That would be highly embarrassing for the BBC. I don't think she'll do it, because we'll know that we'll be all waiting and ready for that, and we will react. And they don't want any embarrassment, because they won't be able to hide from that. That will be public. That will be too public. You know, right now they can sweep things under the carpet all they want. We know it's bad. They can keep denying it right now. But if they were to come out and do something like that, and then that trended over their hashtag, it'd be game over. So,
hey, Noel, you know what they would do for that one if they did a Jodie Whittaker episode? I can't imagine like which one they'd pick, but I think that it should be hashtag crickets, because that's what you're going to hear during that stream for any Jodie episode. Just hashtag crickets.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. There would be nobody there. It'd be wilderness. Nah, it'd be embarrassing. Chris Gibbon, I'll do it because I want you to do it, because I want you to be exposed. Come on to Twitter, right? And we'll show you all the love, right? He won't dare come on to Twitter because he knows.
If BBC America is running their own rewatches of series 12, if she wants to go on, why doesn't she just go on that one?
Exactly.
Because presumably the only people you'd have watching that one are people that love series 12.
Yeah, but there's only about 5,000 of them. It's not going to be enough.
Right, that's what I mean. It's like don't try to horn in on the kind of like love fest that we've created, you know, here with these watches. It's like, go do your own thing.
No, it doesn't matter. Look, Gary, I do get where you're coming from, but listen, fans like us are not stupid. We know why these tweet-alongs are popular. If BBC America, BBC, like, they don't realise, or they're just plain dumb, right? That's their own problem. They will find out down the line when the Christmas special comes out, or whenever that special drops, right? They're going to see, right? Because the numbers are going to go down even further, right? If they don't learn their lesson after that, we can't help them, right? But right now, we've got something amazing happening. The fandom is coming together.
Absolutely.
And there's no sniping going on, which is great. And you know what? That's all we want. You get decent Doctor Who. This is what you get. The fandom stop attacking each other. So Chris Chibnall, in my opinion, and Jodie Whittaker have a responsibility, and they're responsible for fracturing this fandom as well, right? They're on the other side being toxic, right? But then it gets thrown on us and we defend ourselves, but we're the toxic ones. We're the sexist ones. We're the misogynistic. where the isms and all this, right? I'm sick of it.
Just
It's
for having an
about-
opinion.
Exactly. This is brilliant to see. I'm glad for once that there's peace in this fandom. There is one or two out there that are being knobheads, but you'll always get the one or two that just want to ruin it for everybody else. I was suspicious of this at first, but when I got that information off the source, basically saying this has nothing to do with the BBC, this is done by design, you should support it, then I said I would support it. And that's what I've done.
Yeah.
And I will continue to support it because this does embarrass the BBC. Even that trending embarrasses the BBC. Keep doing it because let them do their Series 12 rewatch. It'll be the most embarrassing thing that they do. BBC America will have egg on their faces, right? Because they're the ones that push this Jodie Doctor. They're the ones that are actually running the show, not BBC in Wales. It's them. That's where they're getting the most of their money from. So, like, let them be embarrassed. If that's what it takes for them to make a decision, then I'm all for it. And I think we should get behind this. I'll be doing a lot more of these watch-alongs myself, not just the ones that they do. We're doing our own ones on this channel as well. We have Aliens of London on Sunday. We have 12 Monkeys tomorrow. But I'll be doing more Doctor Who watch-alongs now because these are fun. It's for 23 people are watching me now. We get that when we do the panels, right? People actually sat here with us, listening to us talking about Doctor Who while watching an episode. That just blows me away. Really does. And the positive response I've gotten to this makes me think that this is the right way to go. And you know what? It's reigniting my passion for Doctor Who again because Chris Chibnall a few weeks back absolutely killed it. And I was ready to walk away and not watch any more Doctor Who. But you know what?
Me too.
And Emily, you know, I know you work your Doctor Who magazine, you know, whatever. Brilliant idea. You deserve all the credit for this because you're the one that started all of this. But you know, this.
What do you guys think about do you think it's likely that at some point they might actually get Russell T Davies and Tennant for one of these?
I don't.
Maybe, yeah.
Tennant, I don't know. See, it all depends. See, if Tennant does show up, then maybe
he went with Jodie.
If Jodie is going to show up, then this is what's going to happen. You see, Matt, we can understand it because I think it was on the anniversary, so they can get away with that kind. Right. So I don't know. We just have to wait and see what happens. If she does it, you know, all I will say is, you know, it's not going to end well because some fans out there, won't be me. I won't go personally onto her page. I won't have any interaction with her if she's on Twitter. To be honest with you, I'll block her account as soon as she pops up. But there will be some fans out there that will take a pop at her, and I don't think that is fair. Yes, she has said things and stuff, but leave her out of it, you know. But Chris Chibnall comes onto Twitter, he's fair game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Guy turned around and said this isn't a democracy. Well, we'll show him that it is a democracy. I hope do you know what? I only want this to happen for one reason and one reason only. That Chris Chibnall appears on Twitter for one night, because that will give me the opportunity to say what I have to say to him and then leave it at that. But at least he sees it, right? I don't care. I want that opportunity to be able to tell him my grievances, but he keeps telling me that it's not a democracy and that we don't have the right to complain. Well, I'm sorry. Screw you, Chris Chibnall. This is our show. It's not fan entitlement or self-entitlement. We expect a certain standard, a certain level, and you have not reached that level or that standard, so you need to go.
If it wasn't for the fans, there wouldn't be no show.
Exactly.
And that's it.
So if they do a Capaldi one, which one would you guys like to
Heaven Sent?
Heaven Sent.
Heaven Sent.
Heaven Sent or Listen, because Listen will show the Doctor as a little boy and it'll screw Chris Chibnall's little story.
Well, yeah.
For that.
I mean, those are great choices. I'd almost kind of, I would almost like want something where Capaldi is up against like a monster, like Mummy on the Orient Express. And you have a great monster. You have a great monster in Heaven Sent. I know, but something like that maybe you can get. Jenna Coleman, or why am I blanking on who played Bill?
Pearl Mackie
in to kind of join. That would be great, where you could do do something like that.
I
Yeah,
actually,
or even, Under the Lake or Before the Flood or something. That double parter. That's a scary one.
That's a good one.
I actually quite like Empress of Mars when I rewatched it because it nice little tie in not only to the Ice Warriors, but that little bit right at the last bit where they'll get taken off by Alpha Centauri as well.
Yeah,
that was a great surprise to when the voice when we saw Alpha Centauri again. That was terrific.
And it was actually it was even one where Bill wasn't obnoxious, and you may have noticed my avatar. I'm a massive history fan. I really, really hate it when people try to actually just apply current day standards to 200-300 years in the past. But even Bill's attitude towards the Victorian soldiers' attitude towards her wasn't overwhelming. It was actually done well, putting a modern day person in a position back for the Victorians. I thought even that was actually done well. I actually liked the way they did that.
Yeah, I think actually I know that Series 10 comes in for a lot of flack. I actually think that it's a terrific season. The only problem I have with the season is right in the center of that season is that 3-part Monks episode, which just kind of, for me is the kind of weakest part of the season. I think the first part's good, but that it didn't need to be 3, and it just kind of, sits there, and then the rest of the season then it kind of has to recover, from that. I think for me, that's the only kind of half lump of coal in an episode that I think is actually really quite strong.
I liked without thinking about it.
Yeah, I liked the chemistry between Bill and the Doctor. I wish she would have carried on a bit longer.
Yeah, Knock Knock is a great episode too for her.
What gets me about I think as we go about Mummy on the Orient Express, wasn't that the setup that Matt Smith got a phone call at the end of the Big Bang after the wedding? But didn't he get a phone call, and was his last line, Mummy on the Orient Express in space?
Yeah.
So, and then they put that off, and then so he actually waits for an entire regeneration.
Yes, you're right.
Before he goes and sorts it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came up in a flashback, didn't it, with Matt Smith? Yeah, if I remember right.
So I think I thought that was the one you said at the end of, when they've gone board, they've said goodbye to everyone at the wedding. And I haven't been to any weddings recently, but I've got but I don't think I'm ever going to be able to go to a wedding again, and without thinking about something old, something new that has an entirely new meaning now.
Yeah.
Something old, something new.
The one thing about that episode I remember is Matt Smith's dance. His dance in that episode. I remember Moffat at one point said the one thing that he thought about Smith is he actually compared Matt Smith to a drunken giraffe, the way he walks, and for the way he dances, that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Skyfall trended at number 20, by the way, and someone saying that was a success. So I'm just actually showing them just to prove to them actually it wasn't. So stop with your lies. It wasn't a success. Trending at 20. Fish custard trended number 1 within 5 minutes. That's how you do it, right? Yeah. Successful. It peaked at number 4, right? But it was already halfway through the episode, the first story. They actually showed Spyfall Part 1 and 2 with Sasha and Manip or something. And even some fans in some of the thread that I'm looking, I didn't even know that there was a watch along. See, this is what I'm saying. There's no interest. So stop embarrassing yourself.
No.
Well, I'm sure. Don't you guys think that the BBC America, if they get audience numbers in the triple digits for this these watch alongs, they'll probably consider it a success. I mean, anything over 100. I mean, considering the ratings for series 12. I mean, I actually think that, BBC America, have probably, been busy trying to, patch the hole in the floor that the series 12 ratings fell through, especially that final episode. I mean, the finale fell 30%, 28% actually. And I think for the whole season, I think that the ratings were 52 or 53% lower for the season than they were for series 11. There's no way they're happy about that.
Did anybody know how the Torchwood watch-along went? I can't even remember which
Oh,
story it was.
Did they do a Torchwood watch-along? I didn't even know about that.
I know there was thinking about it.
Captain Jack Harkness. I was gonna actually go live and do a watch along, but then I said, nah.
Yeah.
I do like the episode and all, but I wasn't. I thought it would have been great if you had did the very first episode and had all the cast there tweet along. I would have done that one.
Yeah, that would have been good. About Sarah Jane, is that?
Well, you know what? If there's no publicity for these BBC America watch-alongs, that's all on them. Because they shouldn't. You don't attempt something like this. It's all about the numbers and the trends and the buzz. And if they're not even bothering to try to get any of that going for those series 12 rewatches, then what's the point?
Exactly.
I'm trying to heels again comparisons, and Doctor Who. I can't remember, it's either twice what Batwoman's getting or half what Batwoman's getting. Either way, that tells you something. It tells you how popular it is.
Yeah. Let me see who we have in the chat. Actually, we've got some new people in the chat. Listen, let me know what your ratings are actually for tonight's episode in the chat there, folks, and I'll read some of them out. Who have we got? Daniel has joined us in the chat. We've got John as well. We've got, let me see. I think there's, let me see who else. I think that's everybody, is it? There was only another two names that popped in, or maybe Colin is in the chat as well. Welcome, Colin, even though you're here. Colin's in the Crystal's here as well. Welcome. 10 out of 10, 100 out of 10, whatever. Yeah, I don't think anybody has anything bad to say about this episode, actually. Yeah, it was pretty brilliant. Like, you have a smile in your face from start to finish. Because it's the golden era of Doctor Who. Like, we got the golden era was of Moffat's era is coming up, which is the start. And we already had one under RTD. So to actually strike gold in your first series was just, it was a relief more than anything else, because always when you start with a new Doctor, especially when a new showrunner came in, there was a bit of upheaval, if you all remember, at the time when Moffat came in. Yes, he was kind of the natural successor, but everybody was still having the same doubts that they were having about Chris Chibnall. See, this is the thing. This is never brought up. Some Doctor Who fans had a problem with Stephen Moffat's choice as showrunner back then, and it's very funny how nobody ever brings that up. It's always going to be the same, whether it's a new Doctor, whether it's a new showrunner, whether it's a new companion. There's always going to be different opinions.
Yeah.
Daniel gives it a 1 million out of 10.
There you go.
I actually rewatched this episode and Beast Below a couple of 3 weeks ago. Quite happy again tonight because it's such a good episode. Excellent introduction. Superb story.
That's actually the one and maybe the only good thing that the existence of series 11 and 12 have done, is they've served to elevate even the weakest or most disregarded of any previous episode, because everything looks like, everything looks like a golden egg compared to anything that Chibnall's doing. So even episodes that people may have seen as weaker beforehand, you can watch and go, wow, that was a lot better than I remembered it.
What's that joke that Jodie's biggest fan is Colin Baker? Because he's no longer
Right. Isn't
Yeah.
that?
Well, let me. I'm curious to ask the three of you. So we're talking about Matt Smith. How would you each of you rank the 3 Matt Smith seasons?
Mm.
How would you? What would you do? Like first, second, and third for an entire as entire seasons?
Well, I think his 4th season is his strongest.
Yeah.
I think his second
I quite like
season is not too bad. I wasn't really a fan of his last series. That's the one where Karen and Art are in the first half, and then
Right.
we get Clara Oswald then in the second. Yeah, I didn't like that one. Yeah, I liked series 5 and 6, so I'd rank them 1, 2, and then his last series last. Yeah, I didn't like his last series, in fairness. I didn't like A Town Called Mercy. Didn't like any of those episodes. Yeah, they kind of went a bit more over to America for that one. When they start going to America, that's when I lose interest. I'm sorry, no disrespect to anybody, but I prefer the episodes to be all in UK.
Right.
When they start bringing American actors in, or actors that pour on American accents, you lose me. That's when you lose me. And yeah, so I liked series. Yeah, I liked series. His 4th series, and then his second series, second, and then his last series is definitely last for me. Yeah.
Is this including the 50th in it? And
I don't like the
Tardy,
50th anyway. I'm not a big fan of the 50th. I never have
Oh,
been.
yeah, no.
I'm not going to sit here and change my opinion because Chris Chibnall
Okay. It's up to you.
seasons.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'd say his first series is the strongest. And then probably his last series, I enjoyed majority of it. Some stories I didn't really like, but majority of it I liked. And probably his second series, not that there were many bad stories, it's just that I really enjoyed certain stories in his last series. So yeah, I'd say his first, third, and then second, but only because of a few stories. It could have changed if it was slightly different with a couple of those stories in it.
Yeah,
I don't think he had a weak series.
No, I didn't. I didn't like Clara's character. I'd go probably 1, 2, 3. I did think I slightly preferred the ones where you got Amy and Rory in general, than just Amy, because it gives slightly different dynamic. But I think I'd go 1, 2, 3, or 5, 6, 7. However you want to count it.
I'd actually agree. I mean, like I said, the 11, Amy and Rory are my favorite New Who teams. So I agree with all of you. 5 is definitely the strongest. 6, I thought the standalones were great in season 6. I thought that the arc was a little bit too vague. The meandering about like the doctor dying and everything, and the way it was. I remember, thinking Moffat really couldn't stick that ending of that arc with the whole like the Tesselecta and the small doctor and everything. And 7, I think, especially at the end, suffered from, especially in the finale, Moffat having to wrap up a lot of his threads, like the silence and all that, like super fast. You could tell from watching Matt Smith's final episode that probably was meant to play out a little bit longer. Back in the days when Smith said he was going to stay for series 8. And so I'm sure, Moffat probably had to do a panic wrap up of all of his threads in the finale. And so I think that season kind of suffered a little bit for that. But I think that I'd go 5, 6, 7 too.
I slightly unpopular, less opinion about it. I liked A Good Man Goes to War, and I actually really liked. I really got a bit of a thrill when you got that reveal at the end, and when you actually revealed that. I actually liked the fact of River as the daughter. I think they overplayed her far too much as the character, but I actually liked the bit when you suddenly think, you do that turn over and you think, you suddenly realise that River's song is actually melody. I quite like that.
I liked the reveal of John Hurt at the end. I really liked that twist.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. Pardon my pick. Oh yeah, definitely.
And then you had to wait a long time.
The one thing about Good Man Goes to War, I just want to say, I do agree with you. I think it's a really strong episode and very affecting. Like when the doctor, gets angry and stuff. I think that's a really powerful scene. Matt Smith was always great, where he could turn on a dime and get angry, where you really saw that. I think he always sold those scenes really well. The one problem I have with Good Man Goes to War, and it's not so much a problem with that particular episode, it's how Moffat did right after that, because they were setting up the whole thing. He promises Amy, I'm not going to rest until I get your child back. And while the whole thing about River, I guess, was, it was kind of a, whatever you think about the whole idea of, having her retroactively be revealed as the baby. But the way that cliffhanger was left is the doctor says, I'm going to go and get your child back.
Yeah.
So when they come back in Let's Kill Hitler, and it's basically, I kind of looked and, I couldn't do it, but you already kind of, she's going to be all right anyway, because she's River, and that River will turn out to be okay. That to me was a massive, massive letdown, because you don't set up those kind of emotional stakes. And to me, I mean, if you're going to set that up, if Moffat's going to set that up, which is basically like the emotional stakes of losing a child, then you better be prepared to kind of let that play out in terms of, because I mean, no doubt, I'm sure the effects that it had on Amy with losing a child, even if you get that child back as an adult, you still are dealing with a lot that still doesn't mean you didn't lose that child. And if Moffat was not prepared to kind of let that emotional story play out, and I'm not even saying that that's like the appropriate Doctor Who is an appropriate show to be, playing that kind of a story out in, and that's its own argument. I think I probably agree with that, but then don't set that up as the doctor explicitly promising, I'm going to go and retrieve your child and bring it back to you, because we're expecting that story to pick up right from that point when it returns. And Let's Kill Hitler, an episode that has a lot of problems on its own, but the fact that it basically just kind of like sloughed that off and said, don't worry about it. That's all right. We took care of it and you have her back anyway, I thought was massively misconceived. It's like, and so I can't believe that to me in his entire tenure is Moffat's biggest fumble. Like don't set it up, if you're not going to, let it play out.
Now there's a box set for Big Finish to do.
Well, exactly.
And I did think when I saw that one and the one before, The Flesh, I thought that's it. That's how they're going to do the Doctor dying. It's going to be the Flesh Doctor. I thought they were going to do that rather than the Tessellate when they did that one. Because of course, theoretically, as far as we know, he's still out there.
Well, we don't know if he actually died.
I thought he died at the end, did he? Yeah.
No, don't think so.
He got the Sonic. Yeah, he got the Sonic and
because remember
the monster jumped on him.
You don't know how it's going to work out, and he even says it. I think he does say a line. He doesn't know whether he's gone or not. So we don't know. That would have been. Oh, that would be a way of bringing Matt Smith back, though.
Yeah.
For a little side adventure, maybe 5 episode, a 6 episode series of that Doctor, and then he eventually then turns into a puddle.
That's like that Voyager episode. Are any of you guys Voyager fans? Remember the episode that turned out to be taking place on a duplicate Voyager, and then at the end they all dissolve right as the real Voyager shows up at the end of the episode.
I can't remember
Yeah,
that.
that was a great episode. Actually.
Course Oblivion, I think, is the name of that episode.
Oblivion is the name of it. You're right. Great episode. Great episode. Yeah, actually, we should do a few Voyager watches. See, we got plenty to do. Plenty of those.
Can we? Hey, Noel, can we do the one where Janeway turns into a salamander? That'd be a good one to rewatch.
Oh, well, that's called it's the one where Tom Paris breaks through the walk.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, what's that episode called again? It's
from the second season. I know that.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Just Google Janeway as a salamander, and I think that'll come up.
Yeah.
Was it bad or Chibnall bad?
Oh, this was bad. No, it wasn't Chibnall bad, but it was still bad. Yeah, it was.
No.
They turned into lizards.
It was more one of those, like, what were they smoking in the writer's room?
Yeah.
Episode.
It was definitely a filler episode. You could tell. They just ran out.
Ended up with a bleeding frog.
Yeah.
Jodie's in series 11. We ended up with a bleeding frog.
Yeah.
The human evolution is trending towards being giant egg-laying lizards. Fantastic. Oh, what I did.
Bring back Palm again. Always a running team. Yeah. Bring back Palm again. Look, I know what you're all saying, but you all have to face reality now, right? They're not bringing back Palm again.
Threshold. That was the name of that episode.
Yeah. As much as Threshold, that's the one. As much as we would love Palm again to come back, it's not happening.
I'd like Matt Smith back as a different Doctor. Now he's a bit older, could wear a different costume, have a different persona. That'd be good.
Well, at this stage, I think we take Kermit the Frog as the
Miss Piggy as a companion.
Hey, Noel, if I can get a plug in, because I know Daniel's in the chat. So tomorrow morning or early afternoon, depending on the time zone, on Blue Bonnet's channel, Blue Bonnet, Daniel, and I are going to be reviewing Storm Warning, which is the first Paul McGann Big Finish story. So tune over on Blue Bonnet's channel for that.
Right. Sounds fantastic. Yeah, get over there and subscribe to Blue Bonnet Hooligan's channel there, and you will get to that's brilliant. We got people doing Big Finish. We got people doing other watch along. This is fantastic. The way everybody is just embracing Doctor Who, and again, even these little things, even if it is Big Finish, again, the popularity of Big Finish has to be embarrassing for the BBC. So again, it's one of those things.
Dad, I want to see.
That's why I said Daniel, when he created each channel, when he said he wanted to do Big Finish, I encouraged it because, at the end of the day, there's not many channels out there doing Big Finish, and I'm glad that Daniel has stuck with it as well. So subscribe to Daniel's channel as well, because he does Big Finish as well. Blue Bonnet. Gary, are you going to be doing that on your channel now that you're up and running now on? Oh,
well, no, I mean, boy, you honor me. I don't have a channel yet. Right now, I'm just really, really enjoying, being, with all of you, Noel, on your channel, and then on Blue Bonnet's channel, just kind of, finding my way, not, maybe I'll get there someday, but no, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I actually, I enjoy kind of getting my, when I was actually calling into your show, kind of, find my way there. And so right now I'm just kind of enjoying being a guest.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're more than welcome on this channel. anytime. We'll be doing plenty more watch-alongs anyway.
And then also that's early in the day, and then later in the day on Blue Bonnet's same channel, we do classic rewatches. Last week we did. We started out a couple of weeks ago with The Time Warrior. It was me, Blue Bonnet, and Jason. And then last week we did the Sontaran Experiment. And tomorrow we're doing, I think, Stones of Blood from the Key to Time season.
Nice. We're doing myself and Rabbi are also have actually plunged into the whole classic Who as well. We've actually put a poll up actually for you. Which Dalek story would you like us to do? So you have these our options. It's on the community post actually. So if you haven't voted, go and vote for your favorite, and then me and Rabbi will be doing that. Eventually we will get to do all the Dalek stories, but we just thought it'd be nice if you got to choose one, because obviously Rabbi got to choose as I said, he got to choose a classic story. So you guys get to choose a classic story, then I get to choose my classic story, then Cheryl gets to choose a classic story, and then we start back again. We ask you guys again. But we eventually will get through all the Dalek stories because they seem to be very popular, and the Cybermen stories seem to be very popular as well. So we will do them. I mean, we will eventually get through. Do you know what? We should have just started from William Hartnell and worked their way all the way through, but we'll be here for years. We'd have to do one every day. We'll be here for about 20 years. We'll be about
Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that, though. High quality entertainment. That's what we want anyway, isn't it?
Dalek Master Plan would take an entire day on its own, wouldn't it? It's about 25 episodes or something. What up? 7, 8 episodes?
So Chris has put
for which one?
Is it the Dalek Master Plan? Wasn't it? Was pretty much.
Yeah,
no, that was 12. Well, 13 if you count.
Yeah.
13 if you count Mission to the Unknown as the prelude.
Mission to the Unknown might be interesting just to watch on its own because it's got no Doctor in it.
Yeah, I have actually watched that. Very good. I don't think that's copyrighted either, so you might be able to do a proper watch along on that one.
Well, and you know what you could do for them if you wanted to, Noel, if you ever wanted to do like a Mission to the Unknown rewatch, what you do is watch that version that the those young students did about a year ago, which was brilliant.
Yeah, I've watched it. It's very good. It's very good. Roy, so the poll, just to tell you real quickly, because obviously it's in the group. So we've had 90 votes. That's actually very good for a poll on. I think this is the second ever poll I've put on. So we've got 90 votes. So far, it's unsurprising which Dalek story is actually winning the poll right now. So at 69%, we've got Genesis of the Daleks, right?
You don't say.
In second place, with 11% of the vote, is Power of the Daleks, and then we have a tie for third right now. Resurrection of the Daleks and Day of the Daleks is both at 8%, and Destiny of the Daleks is the lowest at 4%. So if you haven't voted, please do. If I could share the poll, I really would, but you can't because they haven't actually, on the community side of it, they haven't actually put a share button, which is actually ridiculous because I'd throw it up so more people will vote. But that's the result. So that poll ends on Sunday. So I think we already know it's going to be Genesis. I'm not disappointed or anything. It's just, it's an episode that's done all the time. But if that's what you want, it's, as I say, it's a democracy on this channel. Unlike Chris Chibnall, he says not a democracy. It's a democracy on this channel. So if that's what you choose, fair enough.
I actually think there's a lot of good stuff in Destiny of the Daleks, but then I'm a huge fan of pretty much all of season 17. But I mean, put the effects aside, I think there's plenty of strong stuff in that. I mean, the David Gooderson, who played Davros in that one, of course, is nowhere near Michael Wisher. But even that aside, I thought, I think there's some good stuff in that story.
Some
The
good
poll
moments
is
in
in
it,
the
yeah.
community section on YouTube. So when you go onto my YouTube channel, you'll see a section on it. If you look, you see home videos, playlist, and then you'll see community. Right? Go in there, scroll up until you get to the poll, and then you can vote. Unfortunately, you can't even put the link on the chat, which is ridiculous. You can't share it at all. So that's where it is anyway. Yeah, Genesis was always going to be the winner. I should have actually left it out and see where the other ones actually and just done Genesis.
Yeah, that would have been, yeah.
Because I think it's a waste of a poll, really, to be quite honest with you. I should have just done Genesis and put the other options up then for the next one. Actually, with that in mind now, why don't you actually change your vote? I will do Genesis. I think you can change your vote. If you've already voted for Genesis, we'll do Genesis, but vote for a different Dalek story instead.
Yeah.
And we'll do that one next, because I think that is fair. Because I'll do Genesis anyway. We were going to do Genesis at some stage. We might as well do it now. But if you have voted for Genesis, go into the poll, changes our vote, and vote for one.
Hey Noel, where did you say Remembrance was right now on your list?
No, we have Resurrection. I didn't put Remembrance in because I hadn't got any space. You've only got 5 options.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I wanted to put Remembrance in as well, to be quite honest with you, but there wasn't enough options. Look, we'll eventually do them all. I'm just giving everybody the choice right now to pick, and then we'll start picking. Yeah, I have the Dalek story from 1963 as well here, so we can do that as well. Don't worry.
You know what would also, can I throw this out to you, Noel, after you do the Daleks and the Cybermen, your polls? It would be interesting if you did one poll of your favorite one-off villain.
Yeah.
To see who I think I'm not going to say who I think everybody would probably pick, but that would be an interesting one to see, what kind of range of choices that you could find for that one.
All right. Apparently, Chris has put the poll. Oh, he has. There you go. Apparently, you can do it. I just can't do it because I'm tick. But there you go. So the poll is there. If you haven't voted, as I said, if you vote for Genesis, change your result. We'll do Genesis anyway. Just pick one of the other Dalek stories, yeah? So we can do them. We'll do them all eventually, but we're going to mix it up a bit. After we do these Dalek stories, we'll switch over to Cybermen, and then I'll ask you to pick your favourite Cybermen story. Classic, obviously. We're going to stick with Classic Who, because we're doing New Who on Sunday. So we'll leave Sundays for New Who, and then the rest of the week then we can do Classic. We'll do movie watch-alongs as well. As I said, we're going to be doing 12 Monkeys tomorrow. If anybody hasn't seen 12 Monkeys, try download it for tonight or upload or whatever you need to do. Try get a copy of it and come and watch it with us. You know?
Hey Noel, I gotta say, Noel, it's so funny that you are going to be doing that, because I actually have just started on a watch of the 12 Monkeys series that was on a couple of few years ago, and it ran for 4 seasons. I'm really enjoying it. I actually think it's very different from the movie in a lot of ways, but it's a really good for a well thought out time travel series. I'm really enjoying it.
I heard the TV show is closer to what the movie was, but I do like that
basic setup with the plague and trying to stop the plague, but all the details are different.
And that's why we're doing it, because Rabbi thought it'd be a good idea while we're going through this plague to actually do a story on a virus. And why not? It'll be a bit of fun as well. But it is a good movie. I like it. Brad Pitt is in it as well. He plays a lunatic. Yeah, but a lunatic that's quite intelligent, actually. But yeah, it's a good story. The end of it is actually brilliant. If you haven't seen the movie,
yes,
there's a certain flashback that keeps happening in the movie, and then when you get to the end of the movie, it just fits. Look, they did the movie well. I don't know anything about the books themselves, but I've watched the movie 12 Monkeys and I love it. So
was it a book? I know that it was based on a French film, but I didn't know. Was it based on a book?
I think so, yeah. As far as I'm aware, it's based on a book. I think there is a book.
French film, the one that was all
La
black and-
Le Jeté. Le Jeté. That was the name of the French movie that it was based on.
was that the one that was there's actually no movement. Apparently, it's supposedly all still shots.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of it. I've seen that somewhere.
Yeah.
Of course, if you want to do a Doctor, if you want to do a Doctor Who fans, Terry Nation fans, want to do a Plague Watch, we could always watch Survivors.
Yeah.
Terry Nation.
Oh, there you go.
And I do remember actually the opening scene of that show says where the plague actually starts in Survivors.
Hey, Noel, you know what I just Noel, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here, Carl.
I just realized this just leaped into my head, and I can't believe I didn't think of this before. One of the perfect stories to watch for the quarantine is The Invisible Enemy, because that's 90 minutes of the doctor fighting a virus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, let me see.
And hopefully the this virus, I'm not going to say the word because I hear people are getting dinged for it. This virus, I'm not sure looks like that one in The Invisible. It doesn't look like a giant prawn,
Yeah.
like the one in that story. I don't know if this one looks like that one, but
The nucleus.
the nucleus. There you go. That's right. There's some great model shots in that one of all the ships flying by and stuff, because that was right around, I think that was the season that Star Wars came out. So everybody was trying to do a lot more of the advanced model shots in the show.
Yeah, 77, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was.
Was that the one where K9 came in?
Yes.
I can't remember. Yeah. Good old Frederick Jaeger is the professor.
And I think writing him in as continuing was a last minute thing, because that's why the couple stories that they filmed after that, one of those was like Image of the Fendal, and one of the other stories that he wasn't in because they hadn't had a chance to work him into the scripts yet, because it was such a last minute addition as an ongoing character. Yeah.
Yeah, K9 worked a lot better than later on when we had Chameleon.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would have been really would have been a fantastic idea. Just a different guest star in each story.
Did he,
Chameleon, we had
for
Chameleon we had an entrance story and an exit story, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, apparently, I think
Daniel,
the people who had
finished it.
the people who had made Chameleon said that it would be able to do more than one story and be able to copy everybody's lines and also listen and come in when they're speaking, but apparently it could do hardly anything what they wanted it to.
Well, from what I understand, the man who created Chameleon and who was for King's Demons programming a lot of the movement and everything, which made him work a little bit more fluidly in that story, died shortly after, either between the seasons or shortly after that season, that episode aired. So it was hard for them to bring him back because the one operator who knew most about technically how to do it, was gone, which was
the other guy
tragic and unfortunate.
The basics.
Yeah. I know there was some early talk I read somewhere where he was supposed to come back and do like a cameo scene in Frontios. But again, I guess the technical troubles led to them cutting him out of that story.
Yeah. Well, even Anthony Ainley was doing the majority of it, pretending to be the robot.
Right, in Planet of Fire, yeah.
Yeah, in Planet of Fire, yeah. Because they couldn't get the robot to do what they wanted to. So they Silver.
Yeah. That actually, I think for me, that Anthony Alien's strongest story, because I thought they finally got him out of they finally got him out of the fairy tale uniform, with the the little white thing that he wore, for his first few appearances, and got him in a proper business suit where he could be serious.
Better in that.
Yeah.
And I think John Sims followed that as well. Copied that image. Here's a question for you. Which master, I know what you were going to say, but which master had the worst outfit? And I know what you're going to say.
The worst in terms of the ugliest, or the worst in terms of just like what were they thinking?
Yeah, what were they thinking?
I would say the first few Anthony Ainley ones. I didn't like that pantomime outfit. I dearly loved the Deadly Assassin master outfit with that decayed cloak that he was wearing that was just kind of all eaten through and everything. I'd go
with the movie master.
Oh, okay.
With his at the end when he's in the TARDIS with Paul McGann.
I always blank Eric Roberts out of my head for some reason.
Yeah, Daniel mentioned him there. Oh, is everything okay in the background? I just hear someone screaming there. Is the social isolation getting to people already?
No, it's my son. He's been in a couple of times, so I've banished him to his room.
Oh, and that is just all right.
He's a big Doctor Who fan, but he's gone off it for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I don't blame him.
Because he has good taste. That's why.
Yeah, David Tennant's his favourite, and Matt Smith.
You should take. You know what though? This be the perfect opportunity now for you and the son to sit down. Why don't you do your own little watch along? Like you could both of you get on YouTube and talk about it. Right now he probably wants to go out and he's doing his head in. He probably needs a bit.
Oh yeah.
Would it probably calm him down a little bit because everybody's going to be like that. I mean, like my sister has a kid as well, and it's not going to be great. We never actually think of them as well. They're locked up just as much as we are. And for kids, you know what it's like. We were kids one day. We don't like being trapped indoors and being told we can't go out.
Yeah, show him a good creepy Hinchcliffe Doctor Who story. I think something like The Hand of Fear, where you have this disembodied hand crawling along, something like that.
That's a great story. Yeah.
Or Robots of Death.
Oh, he likes Robots of Death. He sat down and watched that one. Yeah.
Not bad. His episodes, the God Complex is pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good story too. Yeah.
And what's the other one? That God Complex is the one in the hotel, but what's the one with the creepy house, the doll house? With the doll creepy.
Night Terrors.
Night Terrors. That's a good one. Yeah. I like those two episodes actually.
Yeah, John, if your lad likes Robots of Death, see if he's into listening at all the Caldor City series.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think Big Finish we did Robots.
He's at that age now where he's starting, he's doing his own thing, but he still wants to watch Doctor Who, but only ones he likes, if you know what I mean. But he'll give anything a try. But you can always tell if I sat down with him and he watched Series 11, he just got up and went, But you put on Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, Peter Davison, Colin Beck, any of the others. Peter Capaldi, he'll sit down and watch them.
Yeah.
So that says it all. When you've got a kid at that age, which is is 11 going on 12, and his attention span is just gone.
Yeah. That's what it is. I mean, look, it's sad. It's like for us. Yeah, I was devastated, but I'm actually sad for the younger fans too that actually are devastated.
Yeah.
With this, because they're suffering too. We have to remember there is some fans out there that are actually suffering like us. the younger fans. And I feel sorry for them. But I will say one thing: Peter Davison was spot on. He said that.
Yeah.
Yes.
What he said at the time, he said he wasn't sure whether this was the right move because a lot of young boys, a lot of young that were losing their role model. I have to agree. Even
Definitely.
I did. The Doctor was a bit of a role model to us all. You know, we all wanted him, but he made us want to be better people. Even as an adult, he wants you to be wants you to be the better version of yourself. Like he gave you hope, and now it's gone. It's gone. Especially if you have cancer, you're socially awkward now. You know what I mean?
Well,
you see the way the Doctor treated Vincent in Vincent and the Doctor when he was taking his breakdown. Right, he wasn't socially awkward fecking there, was he? No, he wasn't. He was actually quite human in his response. But Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, no. If you mention you have cancer and that you're worried about it,
socially awkward.
I'm supposed to say something here, but I'm socially awkward. Oh wow.
And see, actually, you know what is so great about that scene is that, you know, it's the power of strong writing versus whatever it is Chibnall's doing. I don't even want to call it writing, because in Vincent in that scene where he goes in and is trying to be happy and cheery, and Vincent reacts like he does, that is when the Doctor kind of realizes that he's not really equipped to deal with this. I mean, his first response is, what can I do to make it better? You know, happy, joy. And we see the Doctor realizing kind of silently that he, you know, this is not like fighting a monster, that he is just not, his skills and his strengths will not work in this situation. But the reason that works so well is because it's not made explicit. It's for us to see how the Doctor reacts, and we get it. We don't need it explicit. We don't need the Doctor to stand up and go, well, Vincent, sorry, I just don't do empathy well. I'm not really equipped. We don't need that. We can see in the way that they're both the performances of those two actors. We get it, and that's good writing.
Yes.
We don't need it to be overwritten and explicitly have one of the characters go, oh, sorry, I'm just not feeling this, or I don't understand what you're saying. That's lazy, sloppy writing.
Yeah.
But well, look at Peter Capaldi.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Peter Capaldi. He didn't have to say anything in some. He didn't have to deliver a line. He could deliver lines by just looking at them a certain way. You don't get this on this show. They have to explain every which way and what they're doing every few minutes, like the audience don't understand.
See, here's the thing. Go ahead, sorry.
Did anyone see that scene with Gray about the cancer actually made it onto the BBC complaints list? And so I'm sure absolutely nobody's surprised the result was not upheld.
Yeah. I mean, it. What do you know? What surprised me was there's so many bad things that happened during series 11 and 12, but that was the thing that actually really pissed people off was the betrayal when Graham's character, when Bradley Walsh's character Graham goes to the Doctor. That was the wrong way to handle it. But what I thought was quite interesting about Vincent and the Doctor was very clever by who wrote that? Stephen Moffat. I don't know who wrote it, but whoever wrote that episode, it was Moffat, wasn't it? Stephen Moffat. Whoever wrote it, and he was very clever because depression is an invisible.
No, Richard Curtis wrote that.
Right, it's an invisible disease, but wasn't it quite? It was quite. I thought it was quite clever that the villain actually, well, it wasn't really a villain, but the creature in this was also invisible, was frightened, was lonely. It was basically mirroring everything that Vincent was going through. That was, for me, I never the night that I actually watched it, and I actually regret saying it, but I wanted to actually say it, but it went out of my head completely. But that's the one thing about that episode that I thought was very, very clever. the villain itself, if you even want to call it a villain, was going through exactly what Vincent was going through. You know, they were scared, frightened, you know, they were abandoned, and that's the way Vincent felt. And that's why I think that episode resonated with me, because as you all know, I've told you I've been suffering with depression, mental health issues for a long, long time. So this is why when they did it again for Series 12 or tried to replicate something like that, when I seen the way the doctor reacted, I was pissed off. This is not a natural reaction. The doctor would not say things like, even going back to Patrick Troughton and Polly in the Macra Terror, he even comforts Polly when they're in the hallway and they're heading towards the Macra Terror, the Macra. He actually holds our hand for comfort. So this, I'm not buying this socially awkward business that all these other people have. It was wrong. It was whoever was responsible for that bit of writing should be held accountable. It was disgusting. It was disrespectful, and it hurt a lot of people. And what did BBC do? What did BBC do? Instead of coming out to apologize, they tried to justify it.
And you know, one more very quick thing about Vincent. You know, that scene where the Crephaeus is dying, and when Vincent and all of them realize that the Crephaeus is blind, and when Vincent now realizes this creature is blind and alone, then he immediately feels complete empathy with it, because he realizes he's no longer afraid of it. It's like he realizes that, you know, he and this creature are alike.
Yeah.
And the way, but it didn't need to be made explicit. It was all in his expression, you know, the realization dawning on him about how much he had in common with this creature. It's an amazing scene.
It is. It is. That's why that episode resonates with a lot of people. A lot of people can identify with Vincent, but they can also identify with the doctor, you know, having to watch someone go through something like that. Because the doctor because it is people like that are surrounded by people like that feel helpless. They don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, example, as you said, the doctor trying to cheer him up, get him out there, thinking that that's the way to go. You know, people would generally say to you, especially if you suffer with depression and stuff, why don't you get out, get a bit of air, come on and all that. But the reaction, see, it's what I love about that whole scene is just Matt Smith and what's his name, Mr.
Tony Curran.
Tony Curran's performance. It's just epic. It's just even the tear coming down from his nose. It's just, oh my god! It's just that whole scene. And then in the next scene, he's coming down and but that's the way it really is. Trust me, I went through it. 1 minute you're crying, you don't know the world. And then the next minute, then you're high, and that's the way it actually is, sadly.
And it doesn't, and you know, and it doesn't condemn the doctor for. It doesn't say, well, it doesn't say like, doctor, you were wrong to try to do it this way, or you don't know what you're doing. It's like the doctor, you know, was trying to do all that he could, but because, I mean, that speaks to, you know, I would think in real life that speaks to people's instinct to want to help and do something. It's just they may just not know what to do, or they may not know how to do the right thing, but they still want to reach out and do something. It's just sometimes, you know, it makes things, you know, like awkward, or, you know, sometimes people just, you know, they want to reach out and do the right thing. It's just they do it in the wrong way. And so I think that was very true to, I mean, Noel, you can speak to this about how, you know, sometimes people want to reach out because they want to help. It's just, but they can't, not in the way that they want to.
Exactly. That's it. And that scene portrayed that very, very well. But that's the difference between someone that understands the facets of the characters that they're trying to write, and then you look at Chris Chibnall's characters, and let's be honest, they're all pretty one-dimensional. There's nothing about them. They've no personality.
Yeah.
They know. I mean, most of the characters in the show, they don't have any defining characteristics. Like, none of them do. I mean, Ryan is supposed to have a disability, but we don't see it. He doesn't
You don't
portray
hear again, no.
stuff. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And this man apparently is one of the greatest writers, according to the other side, that's ever written for Doctor Who. And even these people that defend this story arc, but yeah, you can see that they're not really 100% behind it. Don't support it. Why are you even supporting it? If you don't think this is right, you should come out and actually say that it's not right.
Yeah.
Instead of selling out, because that's what you're doing. You're basically selling out. If you look at, I know some of the big YouTubers out there, you know, you get patted on the back by the BBC for doing all these positive reviews, and you can see by some of them that you are really struggling to say anything positive. Why don't you actually, you know, there's a thing called principle pride. Show some,
Exactly.
you know, show some. Instead of shilling out, you know, come out and speak the truth. As I said, if other YouTubers like yous that have supported this era started to come out and actually, you know, just express your displeasure. You know, look, I could see it in some reviews. People are struggling. They're trying to justify this, and it's sad to see. It really is. Don't sell out. It's done. If yous came out and actually backed their campaign to get rid of Chris, we would have a hope of making serious changes for this show before it's too late. Do you want to run it into the ground? Because that's what you will do. And then you will come and blame us, and it's not their fault. It'll be your fault because you're one of the people that kept supporting this, even though it was a train wreck. So do the right thing for once.
No, let me ask you, because I'm curious, and everybody in the panel too. What do you think will be, if anything, like over the long term, the effects from these rewatches? I mean, will it be just to kind of remind people of how good Doctor Who can be? Will it serve to kind of heal the fan base a little? Or what do you think, if anything, is going to be the long-term effects of these things?
Well, I don't think this is gonna heal this fandom in the long term. I think this is only a short-term thing. I think as soon as Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are back doing their thing, I think it'll make no difference whatsoever. Right now, there's just a good feel factor, and I'll embrace it. I would like to think that this would make the BBC realise that there is actually something up with Chris Chibnall writing, and that it actually isn't the fans, it's him that's the problem. I mean, because they have dismissed the fans and what they've said. Basically, we have been told that we haven't got a clue what we're talking about, and we don't actually have the right to say anything. And for me, that's wrong. So I think for the short term, yeah, this is going to be great. Long term, this is going to do absolutely nothing. I would like it. I would like to think that the BBC would take this seriously and see, as I said, that this is down to Chris Chibnall, the reason why the show was doing so badly. But I don't think anything's going to change.
No, I don't
That's
think
my
anything will change. Get rid of the woke parasite. It'd be nice if BBC decided to actually do their own reshows of Doctor Who or BBC Two or something. But until the woke thing goes away from the BBC and from Ofcom as well, unfortunately, I don't think there's much we can do about it.
See, I'd love BBC to be brave enough to say that they're going to re-show Classic Who, right? But they're not going to do it as Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker there. We're never gonna see Classic Who on the TV while we're in this situation, right? There'll be talks of Watchalong, but you won't see it on BBC. There's more of a chance of BBC rerunning Series 11 and 12 than there is of any of the other Doctors if they were going to do that. But again, that would be ill-advised, because if they think they can actually top the numbers that they got originally, they're wrong. Again, it's the writing. It's nothing got to do with TV habits changing. It's nothing got to do with, all the other excuses that you make up. The thing is, right, is that the shows in England, right, that are on the weekend that get 10, 11 million views each weekend, right? Why is that? It's because the writing is good. That's why. So TV habits, I don't buy this whole thing that TV habits have changed. And okay, we will use your excuse. you people that say that. You look at the 7 day figure, or you look at the +4, you look at the AI, they're all down. So explain that when the TV habits have changed, right? Well, then shouldn't the AI and all the others be up and not going down as well each week? See, again, arguments that you are making are actually not uh, they're not on strong foundations anymore. You don't have an argument anymore. The show is losing viewers because the writing is bad. Full stop. That's the only reason why Doctor Who struggled in the last few years. We didn't need a gender swap. We didn't need to give the show a kick up the ass. All it needed was someone to come in after Moffat, because Moffat got stale, to come in and write some decent Doctor Who, and you'd still have an audience, you'd still have a fandom, and you'd still have a fandom that was fractured. But what have you got? You've got a fandom that's fractured. You've got how many percent of your audience that's gone over? 60% of your audience have walked away, and you're still flogging this perception that this show is a success. And then anytime fans have come out to say that, and you've told us that it's not a democracy, we don't have a say, and while yous are in the show, yous will give us what yous want, and it doesn't matter whether we like it or not. Yous have put our vision out there. Well, that's the wrong way to look at it. You should be listening to the fans, and the fact that you haven't, this is why you're in the situation you're in, and you won't get out of this anytime soon until you change course.
Of course, obviously this quarantine that we're all in is a terrible thing. I'm actually just glad that BritBox got their thing going, where you can basically watch all of Classic Who on BritBox and those systems, to give people a chance, before something like this happened, because there's like all of the greatness of Who, already for people that are stuck at home. So it's like, hey, go for it.
That's it. I mean, look, again, if BBC America, if they do decide to do that little continue their series 12 watch along, it's going to be embarrassing. So long may it continue. Because if they keep embarrassing themselves, even better. But look, the only way that this show is going to survive now is if you get. I think it's too late anyway. If hand on heart, I think it's done. I think it's done. I don't think it can recover. If they brought back Stephen Moffat, maybe. Right now, for me, I know people say Nicholas Briggs, but right now we need a safe pair of hands. We need someone that has written for Doctor Who, the show. And those two guys right now, either one of them, I don't care which one. I'd rather Moffat over RTD right now, because RTD has gone a bit too woke. But I would choose Moffat. I think Moffat's still showing even tonight. He put up a tweet where I remember those days. I wish I could capture those days again, where he was writing for Doctor Who and Sherlock at the same time. Enjoy it. He said he couldn't enjoy it at the time, but he wished he could go back because he'd enjoy it right now. Like when he puts things out like that again, and you hear his absolute love for Doctor Who, he should. You know what? I even wrote on his. I don't care. I wrote on it. I said, "Is there any chance you can come back?"
If and only if, in a perfect world, there was a hands off from the BBC, because I'm sure there's a lot of talented people out there who I think would do a great job. Whether you got like just one showrunner, or if you went back to the kind of producer / scripter setup from the classic series. But as long as the BBC itself is bound and determined to use the show as a tool to advance whatever agenda of the week they happen to be pushing, then anything else will be like fruit from a poisoned well, or fruit from a poison tree. I mean, so if whoever you got can get a hands off, the BBC can say, we're not going to touch it. You just go do what you do, and we won't have anything to do. I think if that could happen, then yes, I think that would be the only way that we could see quality Doctor Who again.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I really do hope that this does open BBC's eyes, because it's not it's not the show. Nobody has lost interest in Doctor Who. What they have lost interest in is Chris Chibnall's writing, and the sooner they realise that, the better chance they have of trying to resurrect this train wreck, because right now that's what it is. It's a train wreck. And anybody out there, and I'll say it again, and I do get criticized, especially by the other side, for saying this, but I truly believe it. If you still support this, you're nothing but a traitor. You obviously don't understand the show, and I would actually call you out as the fake fan that you are, because that's what you are. You're a fake fan. Nobody in the right mind actually thinks this is canon, because it's not. I mean, even the episodes that we've had the watch along dispute what he's done, and that's new Who. We go back to classic Who, and his whole story arc is completely destroyed. But yeah, you read all these articles saying that it's canon and it fits in canon. Here's the problem with those articles, and I will call one of you shill media people out. Prove it. Prove it. Give us 100% concrete evidence, not little sly little what I think Scream Rant or Digital Spy did one, where they were trying to explain, but they didn't actually explain. They didn't give concrete evidence. So if there's a shill media person out there, because I know some of you do listen to me, if you can do an article and present the evidence that backs this whole Chris Chibnall story arc up, right? All of us here on this panel, all of us on the live chat that have ever said that over the last 3 years will shut up. But you know what? You won't be able to prove it, because it hangs on one stupid bloody thing, and it makes absolute. Do you know what? This is the way I'll put it to you. If you are in favor, right, of changing Time Lord history, right, and this is the way they've changed it, right? I'm going to simplify it. This is basically it. Gallifreyan woman goes on her travels, stumbles across a refugee kid, brings that kid back to Gallifrey, experiments on that child, and then obviously murders that child to get the power of regeneration. If you're happy with that, if you're happy with the fact that that's the way Time Lords were founded on, if you think that not the torture, but the murder of a child and the experimentation of a child is okay for the foundation of the Time Lords, well then, as I said, you are fake, you're a sellout, you're a shill. It does not sit well with me. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just a human being and I don't like kids being experimented on and being murdered. You know what I mean? In a show that especially I love.
Yeah.
So if you're okay with that as a fan, well then, as I said, you ain't no fan of this show. And this is why I feel so strongly about it. It goes against everything that this show ever was anyway. It goes against the show's grain. This does. The Doctor has always preached about, being the better version of yourself. But yet, we see this happening and we're supposed to accept it? No, I'm sorry. We will never accept this, BBC. We will never accept this, Chris Chibnall. So please take your sorry ass out of the BBC or stay at home where you are. Don't come out of your house ever again, and don't write acting for Doctor Who ever again. You are a hack. You're fake. You're not even a fan. Do you know what? When you were there in the 80s, the way you were complaining, right? You were a snotty-nosed, red-headed little prick, thought you were better than everybody else, and you went in there and you slated two people that obviously love Doctor Who and were obviously hurt by what you said, and you've came in here now like a wrecking ball, right? And because it's in your head, and I'll say it, you've got this justification in your head that a classic Who needs to be fixed, right? Doesn't need to be fixed, you knob. Do you know what you need to do? You need to take your ideology, all your beliefs, and go and fuck off and ruin some other show. And these
You know what?
doctors-
No, I kind of liken this to. I'm sorry. I really quickly. I kind of liken this to a scientific experiment. Pretend you're a scientist and you're running an experiment, and you do 54 trials, and you get consistent results on every single one of those trials, and then you do a couple of more trials, and you get the results are totally skewed on these two. They're outliers. They don't track with the first 54 times that you've done it. Are you going to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to toss out those results from those 54 consistent trials. I'm tossing those out, and I'm going with these two kind of outliers because I think that's the right one. That's the way to go. That's kind of what I think this is.
I know. And I wouldn't even mind. We've had 2 years of this, and we still hear from the other side that improvements still need to be made. As I said earlier on, right? He's
How
2
much
years.
time?
Actually, he's 3 years in the job if you think about it logically, right? Because he's been pricking around. He's took his. Here's the worst thing about this: he has actually taken his time with these 2 series, right? It's taken him 3 years to produce 2 series, and this is what he's produced. And these people
Less
think
episodes.
standard. This is not the standard. You look at what we watched tonight, the 11th hour. You name me one episode that twat has written that's better than the 11th hour. Or wait we are now, we'll be waiting all second day. I'll be a millionaire by the time I wait for one of you to actually tell me. Because there isn't. That's the point. There isn't one. Even Rose. Name me an episode of Jodie Whittaker's that's better than Rose. Seriously.
Chris Chibnall is still striving to reach the heights that he reached with Cyberwoman.
Yeah. The heights of Cyber. Yeah. The heights of Cyber. Yeah. But that's the future. That's what we're looking at with Chris Chibnall. Everybody will identify as a different gender and all by the time we're finished in his era. Watch. I'm telling you, man, the Doctor won't be even. Right, the Doctor's a refugee right now, but wait till you see, it'll turn out that the Doctor isn't actually a woman. It'll turn out that the Doctor is bloody non-binary or something and bloody has a twin that's lesbian.
Well, we know who the bad guy is. Middle-aged white guy at the minute.
Like, don't get me wrong. We're not sitting here for 1 second and saying we don't want representation from the LGBTQIA, whatever it feckin' is now. There's so many letters. I don't give a shit, right? We don't mind if they're represented, right? You don't have to shoehorn them in, and you give them decent character arcs. You know what I mean? You don't just bring one guy in like you did in Resolution and say, hell yeah, I'm gay, and then get shot by a
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm the gateway church.
Feck's sake, that's disrespectful, right? It's just like all the other things that we talk about. That's disrespectful as well. He is a clown, and these people are lapping it up. He's not even representing you properly. He's not representing any of this fandom, to be quite honest with you. And then we got all this crap Space for All with the poster. Do you remember we're at before Series 12 came out? Because they wanted to make sure to let us know that Doctor Who was inclusive. It was for everybody. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't for me because I felt left out. And if I was a member of the LGBTQ, whatever the feckin' is, community, I'd be highly pissed off at the way he has actually portrayed some of those characters. So,
hey, Noel, you know why there was Space for All? Because most of the audience had already left. That's why there was Space for All.
Oh, I think we've lost John. We might get back. We're going to finish up now in, say, 10 minutes from now, right? Because we've gone over 3.5 hours, and I'm about to lose my bloody voice now because I'm on a Chris Chibnall rant, which I didn't want to really do. But that guy, he just needs to go. He just needs to.
He's an interesting thought experiment, though. The BBC give Chris Chibnall what he wanted. They let him reboot. We start off, they carry on with Doctor Who, the same sort of Doctor Who we'd always had, and at the same time, they let Chris Chibnall have his series with reboot the way he wants to do it.
I know.
A lot of the ideas that he's actually had, I think, are quite interesting. I mean, details such as the Dr. Mengele bit aside, his Time is Child idea as an idea, I think quite interesting. Just alternate universe here. So let Doctor Who carry on going as we've all been used to, and have Chris Chibnall's version going on alongside of it. See what they would have done. I rather suspect that if they'd done that, there'd have been a lot less flack against Chibnall, because we'd have had that might even actually had a lot more support, because we'd have had Doctor Who that 90% of the fan base love and support going on at the same time, and something else going on saying, "Oh, that's different." I think that actually might have worked better than the current system. Of course, they never do it. You know what I mean? It's gone all quiet.
I think Noel might have gone into the kitchen.
That could explain it.
Sorry, I just heard someone at the door. Cheryl opened the door, but it was pitch dark, and then I heard some banging, and I thought someone had broken into the apartment, because people are acting all weird since this thing is. I got a bit of a bleeding fright there, man.
All right. Everything okay? I take it though.
Tell you, Jesus, me nerves are shot, man. Because I have to keep her indoors because she has, underlying medical conditions and stuff. I thought you were bleeding, being murdered out there, woman. No, but I heard a bang and I see the signal. No, but I didn't think you'd scream anyway. You normally don't scream.
I'm pretty sure I can take care of you.
Hey,
Of course you'd pick. That's why I was worried. That's why I heard the bang and I thought, oh, I better go in there fast. But you're safe. It's grand. It's all right. It's all good.
and back to the Glynn soap opera.
That's it. Right, go on with Mammy, Teddy. Go with Mammy. I'm nearly finished now. I won't be talking anymore. So you won't go because I'm talking.
Well, you know what? No, I'm thinking about it. I kind of want to leave us, because this has been a great stream. I kind of want to, end everything on a positive note. And so I was thinking that if you look at the two Doctor Who rewatches we've had this week, Vincent and the Doctor and 11th Hour. And I think that even with all of the whatever expletive you want to insert that we've had to deal with for the last couple seasons that we've been immersed in for the last 2 years, I think what these episodes and these rewatches this week have shown is that the magic of Doctor Who is still right there, unsullied, waiting for us whenever we want to watch it. It's still there. This hasn't, my knowing in the back of my head that the current stuff is out there didn't diminish my enjoyment of watching this story today, and didn't diminish my love for actual Doctor Who in the slightest. So whether you're watching on BritBox or whether your own library of Blu-rays at home, it's all there waiting. I mean, all the magic is right there, and it's not diminished, one bit. So I just encourage everybody to continue on. It's a hard time for everybody right now, but just, there are, more Doctor Who than we could ever kind of get through, and the good stuff too. So, go out there and, sample a Big Finish or one of the stories you haven't watched yet, and it'll put all of this garbage right out of your head.
Yep.
Right, as you can see there, Derek actually sent this to me. So he sent them in order, apparently. So you can see fish custard there was trending at number 7, right? That was I had 4,336. Now he has sent me more, so hang on. I'll show you the rest. So we'll. And then it goes up, trends up to number 2, as you can see there. And it actually doesn't show how many tweets it has there at that stage. Bill Withers, obviously, passed away today. We don't know if it's something got to do with what's happening in the world today. Hopefully not. But 81. So let's see what happens. Right, so number 2. And now let's see. This is the last one he sent me now. They're in order, apparently. So, oh my God. And there you go. It even over-tweeted Bill Withers. 23,200. That's the last time I seen the fish custard. So there you go. It started off in 7th, worked its way up into 2nd, and then it overtook the big news of the day, which is Bill Withers passing away. Now, if this doesn't show the BBC, and this should be a lesson to the BBC. Listen, this shows you, if you give us a decent Doctor Who, right? If you give us something that even resembles Doctor Who, this is what happens right here. Imagine someone as famous as Bill Withers. Imagine trending above him. Wow. That says it all for me. That's just,
And if they
and
use
as you said, Gary, that's a positive note there. That's a positive note there. You said let's end this stream on a positive note. I cannot think of anything any more positive than that result there. And Ted is back in because he, as I said, because Daddy is still talking. But he died of heart disease, did he? I didn't. I said it. I don't think he died of the virus. You could say it now, apparently, but I still don't want to say it just in case no my luck. But apparently,
I think celebrities that have been, because I've seen listings of a couple of like TV stars, not like A-list TV stars, but TV stars that if they've passed away of complications, they'll usually say that in the story, if it's that.
I don't actually understand why YouTube wouldn't let you say the word. I really don't understand.
Apparently, I don't know. Something got to do with they explained that on Twitter. It was something got to do with their guidelines or something. Something got to do with insensitivity or something like that. But they lifted it. But they will still take down streams that are giving out false information. They will let you talk about it, but they will take down streams that are giving out false information, which is fair enough because we should be listening to the medical experts anyway. See, Blue Bonnet has jumped into the chat.
I know Gary from Nerdrotic has had to be kind of careful to not mention it because I think he's dabbled with getting demonetized on a couple of his streams because of that. Same
here, right? Being limited as well. It actually has affected the channel. Even the numbers are down, but that's because the whole of YouTube. That's all YouTubers. But when you've got a small channel like mine, you actually notice it a lot more. Believe it or not, it's actually startling. I've got one video up. I put it up last night. 69 views. The last time I got a video that did 69 views was when I had 23 subscribers. Right, that just goes to show you how bad YouTube. They're working on a skeleton crew right now. They don't have. I'm not even getting in the suggested. You get put into suggested or what's trending. That's not happening for the channel at all. So again, Gary will say on his channel and other YouTubers, make sure that you share, subscribe.
Share, subscribe.
Yeah, because right now, guys, you are the ones that are keeping us going. Obviously, it's you guys keeping us going. You always have, but we need just to do that little bit extra. Just share the stream, even if that's all you do. That's a big help. You know what I mean? It is. It's. I was actually when I woke up this morning, and I seen that, and I was like, is there something wrong? Did people not like the video? you know, because I did 3 videos yesterday, and I thought, okay, this is the type of thing, because the first 2 did well, and then the third one I was looking, geez, nobody watched that.
I saw that you did that. I just haven't had time to. I know that you were really busy yesterday, dropping videos all over the place. I just haven't had time to watch them yet.
Yeah, I just played it because I've been concentrating on the watch-alongs, and I've been concentrating on the panels.
Right.
You know, a few people were saying, "No, you don't do many videos anymore, proper videos." So Sefeka, you know, they are kind of right. I'll do some, but I do have the other side slate me about doing the slideshow videos. I've explained this before. Sometimes I do some of those articles and do videos on them. I just haven't done them as often as I've done them when I first started the channel. But obviously when Series 12 happened and Series 11 happened, things kind of changed a little bit.
Right.
But I'll be getting back to doing those videos. But I have been criticized because apparently it's lazy that I do slideshow videos. I don't think it is, to be quite honest with you. I still have to edit those videos.
Well, there's not a heck of a lot of news out. I mean, who news right now, except for these rewatches. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, it's going to go dark. And news-wise, it's going to go dark for many months.
Exactly, and I will be doing other stuff. But the thing about it is that, you know, sometimes people, you know, listen. The earlier subscribers of my channel are used to those videos and actually like those videos, right? So the truth be told, I still do it for those people, because some of my subscribers don't actually watch me live streams. They actually just subscribe to me to watch those videos, right? Now, I know some people out there have a problem with them on the other side. I don't really care. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. It kind of does annoy me that people are saying that I'm lazy, right? For anybody that's followed this channel will know that I've worked very hard on this channel. I stay up at all hours of the night, for feck's sake, right? Especially during Series 12, I was doing a lot of work behind the scenes to generate a lot of support from the bigger YouTubers, which I did get, right? To try get a hashtag going, try get something going, try get people to complain to the BBC, and it worked, right? So no, I have to disagree. I'm not lazy. Some people like those videos. If you don't like the videos, that's fine, fair enough. People like me live streams as well, and I do other videos as well. I'm not going to look at. I don't regret any video that I've ever put up on the channel. Never. Even ones that I've been forced to take down. Not for 1 second do I. Right? Because for the simple reason is I'm always going to stay true to myself, and if I have a problem with something, I'm going to call it out. And it's never going to change. And that goes with people as well. Right? If some people come after me, I'm going to call them out. It's the way I've always been. I'm not going to change. So
I'm just loving your music choices for the slideshow streams.
Yeah,
they're great.
Yeah, I've kind of gotten, I will admit, I've kind of gotten a bit lazy when it came to the song choices, because even though they are good, I normally pick a song for a reason. Do you get me? There's always a reason why I picked a certain song to go with the article. But lately, I've just been getting the articles and putting a song that I felt I've just been picking songs personally that I like and just whacking them up. But normally, I pick a song that goes with the article or goes with, especially if I'm doing a video on a YouTuber, I always seem to pick the right song because they always seem to go crazy afterwards, which is great, you know. The last one, I don't know if you seen the last one I did, Gary, because I know you used to like them in the early days, but I did one a couple of weeks ago. YouTuber decided to call me out, and I decided to do a video, and I got a little bit of help ball strike as well, which was great because he provided some of the stuff for me. It was great.
Absolutely. No, you know I love all your videos.
Yeah. Do you know what? Do you know what's great about this though, Gary? You know what's brilliant? You know what I've loved about this channel? One thing I've loved about this. Forget about all the videos that I've done. Best thing that's come out of this channel is all the people that I've met.
Absolutely.
Right? Yourself, Colin, Blue Bonnet, Daniel, you know, Sean from the Nerdaholics, so many, Mega Geek. You know, I've just met so many wonderful people. And, you know, we're called the toxic side. And it kind of does make me laugh, because if people were to watch our streams and see how we interact, there's not a toxic bone between any of us. All we just keep saying is, how good we want this show. And that's all it is. We're just fans that are just basically heartbroken, hate to see the way the show has gone. And I just wish BBC would listen to us, because if they did, they would have a huge hit in their hands. Trust me, they don't have to listen to ideas, but when they hear fans having grievances about certain things, they should be sitting up and taking stock.
Right.
But they don't, and that's the sad thing for me, is that they won't actually listen to us. Because I truly do believe if they did listen to us and listen to our concerns and actually made the changes that were necessary, they have a chance to win some. They're not going to win the 68% back. They're not going to win all those fans back. But you could win a lot of them back and just make Doctor Who for the love of it. You know, make it the way. Look at the 11th Hour. Look at Rose. Look at Vincent and the Doctor. Look at Heaven Sent episodes like that. Even go back to Classic Who, Inferno, Genesis of the Daleks, Pyramids of Mars, stories like that. I mean, we have been spoiled, I have to say, as Whovians, we have been spoiled. But no way should the level have dipped.
Right.
When it came back and it reached a certain standard, it should never have dipped. And under Chris Chibnall, whether the BBC like it or not, it has dipped. So I don't know where we go from here. Gary, I would love this to be, because you asked the question earlier, what do you think? I would love this to have a positive effect. I hope this would heal the fandom. I think it's only temporary, to be honest with you. As soon as they start dropping information about the Christmas special, I think battle lines will be drawn again. I think a lot of the Twitter Ratsy side, you know who we're talking about, they will start kicking up stink as soon as we start opening their mouth. So on that side of it, no. But I hope BBC do look at this and make a decision, but I doubt it. I just really wish.
Well, no, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, it is, you and I have had many conversations about this. It is kind of sad and disheartening and frustrating, especially when we feel it's kind of, you know, like the situation we're all in right now, where it's kind of like out of our control. But the thing to do is, you know, just make, I mean, it sounds cliche, but just make the choice of, you know, when we have opportunities like this today, where the entire worldwide fan community come together, you know, and experience community along with the creators themselves and the stars, to share in this and celebrate what it is we all loved so much about it. And hopefully these things will go on, not the quarantine, but the rewatches and stuff. And, you know, whether it's, like I said, whether it's a Big Finish we've not listened to yet, which is brand new Who, and probably much better quality. That's new Who. If you haven't heard it yet, it may be an older Big Finish story, but it's new to you. So, you know, focus on that. Or if there's a story that you haven't either revisited for years or have never seen, it's technically it's old, but it's brand new to you if you haven't seen it. So focus on all the brand new Doctor Who that will be good and that you can enjoy, and use that to kind of help yourself get through this and focus on that.
Great. I'd love some of the Big Finish stories to be turned into animations.
Oh yeah.
Now, I think, I personally speaking, I think the main show is dead and buried.
Do you mean like using the existing? You mean using the existing audio?
The existing stories that they have, the existing audio, and converting them into audios. Converting them into animations. Why not? Big Finish could earn a killing if they even thought of that idea. And to be honest with you, there would be a market for Big Finish animations on stories that they've already done. And even better still, some of those old stories that they've done, especially with McGann, if they're not happy with the way they turned out on the audio, he's still around. You could get him then, you could get him to even film new scenes. You could get him to do even, you know, new talking parts. There's just so much that they could do with Big Finish. Big Finish could literally explode. The one thing that holds me back from supporting Big Finish right now is I don't know where Nicholas Briggs stands on all this Timeless Child story arc, which makes me worried. From what I've gathered and what I've heard from people that know him, he's not 100% behind this, but because
right,
he gets permission to write these stories, he doesn't want to tread on toes. And I can understand his position. I can understand a few of the actors like David Tennant that recently worked for, but those ones that haven't worked on Doctor Who for donkey years, I wish some of them would actually come out and start saying something against this era. Then maybe we'd get so. I don't know. I'm thinking of every single way possible to get BBC to make a decision that needs to be made, because at Series 13 comes along, there's no audience for it. There's no audience. The only audience that you'll have left is the ones that actually do watch it, right? Then you'll have some that pretend to they'll watch 4 or 5 minutes and then they'll feck off. That's it. So they're not going to have an audience, because I'm not going back to it. I'm not even reviewing it now. I'm done with this era of Doctor Who. I reviewed 2 series of it. I refuse to do a third one for my own mental health. Seriously.
Well, bear in mind, Noel, that, and I kind of suspected this, but I think I saw some, I don't know where I saw it. It was like on Facebook or some kind of news story somewhere earlier this week talking about Big Finish. And somebody was wondering, well, what's going to be the knock-on effect of all these delays? Like, we obviously know what the stoppage is. They're having an immediate effect on television and on movies. We're not going to get like the last few episodes for all of our favorite shows this season. So that's an immediate effect. But somebody was asking, I think, what effect is this going to have on Big Finish? And I think it might have been Nicholas Briggs himself who came out and said, ultimately, it really won't, because they are so far ahead. They've got like 5 years worth of stories, either in various stages of production, either written, already done, in production, whatever. So it's not as if what just happened, the events of Series 12, are going to be reflected in the big finishes that come out in August or September or October, even that's assuming they ever would be reflected, because according to Nick Briggs, they have literally years of all with all the various kind of the little sub streams that they have going in Big Finish. I don't think this will ever honestly be reflected in Big Finish, because they're way too far ahead. And if it takes 4 to 5 years for what's going on in Series 12, by the time they catch up and start integrating it, they're going to be well past it on into something else. So I honestly don't think that, we're going to wake up tomorrow and see like the Joe Martin Doctor in Big Finish. I mean, that's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the other thing I like about Big Finish is that, especially for some of these grew up in the 60s and 70s, they've got so much stuff that's not Doctor Who. They've got other classic stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing the 4th Doctor adventures, the 3rd Doctor adventures, the 1st Doctor adventures. They're doing Donna. They're doing 10th Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't need to be. I mean, and they know that that's what people want. So, however many dozens of stories they have, once you factor in all those different sub franchises the Big Finish have going, I think that, it'll be Big Finish will be okay in terms. I don't know that people need to really kind of worry about that at this point.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of not only that, but I mean, I remember how disappointed I was when I heard that they'd lost the license to carry on doing the Tomorrow People, because they got 5 seasons of Tomorrow People, and apparently I'm not listening to the last one because it ends on a semi cliffhanger, and then they went and lost the license. But I've got so much stuff that's not even big. That's not even Doctor Who. I mean, probably the 7th biggest slot is probably Blake 7, but they've got little bits. They've got some old Thunderbird stuff. They've got some old Captain Scarlet stuff. They've got all sorts of things. So they've not just got Doctor Who to listen to, and it's all done to the same standards.
And this is a great. I mean, I know people kind of want to stick with Doctor Who, they could do that through BritBox, but this is an opportunity to go back and maybe watch some more British science fiction like that you've never seen. I know Survivors was mentioned a little while ago. Go back, as Colin just said, go back and find some streaming service or whatever that has the Tamara people, or go watch Sapphire and Steel. That's only 34 episodes. That's great. I myself am actually going to go back and watch a show on. I stopped after the 4th series. I'm actually behind about 8 seasons on Red Dwarf, and I'm going to leap into that. So there are a lot of, or Blake 7. There's a lot of stuff in there that people don't need to bemoan the fact that there's no, the state of Who. There's so much else now that people can immerse them in.
Exactly. You go back, there's still some good quality sci-fi back in the day. It wasn't all. It was. See, the thing about it is, the writing was far superior than we're getting right now, which is actually. That's the most startling thing about this. Not just happened with BBC, but you look around what's happening in Hollywood. It seems like that all the writers have regressed. They've gone backwards. You think their writing would be at a different level. Writing always improves over the decades, over the years. You know what I mean? Obviously, it does. Like everything else, it matures. I was looking for a different word. It progress.
Evolves.
It evolves. Exactly, that's the word. It evolves. It seems like we've gone backwards now, and that's the starting thing. Everything is. It's kind of like someone made the point earlier on the panel. It's like with Doctor Who, everything has to be explained on the screen now to today's audience for some weird reason, whereas years ago, when we were watching sci-fi or watching whatever it was, whether it was even a crime drama, we had to use our brains. But apparently, you're not allowed to do that anymore. You're not allowed to use your brains anymore. Everything has to be explained to you, because apparently we're all tick now.
I said I put on the Facebook group. There's an old Not the 9 o'clock news sketch. And they were taking the mick out, for those who remember the Not 9 o'clock news, they were taking the mickey out of with the old 50s and 60s American cop shows. You'd end up, at the end, they'd have a little bit of a get-together, and someone didn't necessarily quite explain. You still do something these days. I mean, you look at, say, the end of Death in Paradise. And what Big Finish, Not the 9 o'clock news did, they did this, and they started off doing this, and then they went completely meta and came out and said, "But why do you have to say this? Because our audience are so thick, we have to explain everything to them."
I love Death in Paradise. I love Death. That's a great show.
I've been binge watching it recently.
I love that. I love that to bits. I'm so sorry that Ardal O'Hanlon, who was in, if you watch Gridlock, he was Brannigan. I'm sorry that he left. But I'm a massive Death in Paradise fan.
My sister put me into it, but I'm with her. I really like Ben Miller's character. I think he was the best one. But I like Chris Marshall. I like the other ones as well. I've actually got 4 audio books which are by Robert Thorogood, who created it, and they're all with the ones.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
He's obviously going to show us something. Gary is full of merchandise.
Yep.
That's the sort of thing that you get. That's the point in all these cop shows, isn't it? When someone says something and hero goes, "Hold on a second."
Yeah, I just bought these myself. I just bought these. I went on eBay and found these all cheap. The 4 Death in Paradise books, and so I'm going to dive into that because, like I said, it's a new story with these characters that I haven't seen, so it's new to me.
Look, do you know what? Before we do finish up, because we're finishing up now, but I just want to say something. Even though, like right now, we're going through something unprecedented, it's good to see that there's people out there like Gary, and I've seen it, on social media as well. they're finding different ways to get through this. You know, they're experiencing new things for the first time as well, which is absolutely fantastic. This, look, I know it's bad, but if you look at this side of it, it truly is amazing because people are finally going, they're exploring things, you know, they're going and looking for things that they wouldn't normally, probably because they wouldn't have the time, and now they could sit down and do the time, read a book, whether it's read a book or watch a TV show that they wanted to watch or a movie. Now they're doing it, and you know, it's absolutely fantastic because it's great. Then you get to see those people on YouTube channels like this, and then you can see it in their faces when they're talking about stuff like this because they've found something new. It's always great when you do that feeling, where, especially when you're reading a story that you read, you know, that you really, really enjoy. It brings, there's nothing more, there's nothing better, to be quite honest with you. By the way, that just reminds me, I will be doing the me Titanic model this week. Well, I might start Sunday night actually, but I want to start this bad boy up, start building my Titanic model. So I'll do that on the other channel, but I'm gonna do that because I'm starting to get bored now. Not doing these. I still love doing the streams, but I mean, when I'm in between streams, I'm doing nothing. So I might actually start the Titanic and we build it up and see if I can actually build it properly and not mess it up. Because, you know, even as a kid, I didn't have the patience for models like this. So the stream will be funny because I'll probably mess something up and you will see me lose my shit.
No, I would love that. I would just turn on the camera and the audio and then totally ignore it. And then we'll just watch you doing the model, and you can just talk to yourself or to us while you're doing the model just in real time. Yeah. I'd watch that. I think that's going to be hilarious.
Yeah.
I made models in Donkey.
So I've decided, yeah, just something different, Colin, to be honest with you. You know, I haven't done it in a long time. So it's just something different that it's something that I wanted to do. So now that I have the time, I'm actually going to give it a go.
And then if you end up super gluing a couple of your fingers together, that's going to be hilarious.
Come here, I did that back in the day when I was a kid. Me and my dad actually built a model of I think it was a pirate ship, and we got one off the Titanic as well. But the pirate ship one, we'd actually built it up properly and all. It was brilliant. Had it on a stand, had it in my bedroom, and then one day I decided, I was a kid, said to me, Dad, can I bring it into the bat? He says, yeah. Brought it in, floated. It was great. Of course, the little brother wanted to play with it. And because I didn't, like what all little brothers do, he snapped the mast off it, the main mast off it. So we were able to super glue it back together, but then little bits of it kept breaking off because people kept messing with it. And then eventually then it just got to the stage where it wasn't salvageable. So I ended up having to throw. But I was gutted about that. So when I see this Titanic Airfix model, I said, feck it. I know it's going to be a disaster. I know I'm probably going to be screaming, ranting, and raving, but I'm gonna try to do it properly now. I'm not going to mess around. I'm actually going to take me time, and I'm actually going to see if I can build it up because it'll be a little achievement. Because you know what, I completed that one with me dad, the pirate one, as I said, but I've never completed one on my own. So,
hey Noel, I have a request. If you start doing these Titanic model streams, I really would love to see at the end when you get finished that you and Cheryl reenact the scene from Titanic when they're on the bow with their arms stretched out, and the two of you reenact, maybe even sing the song, just to kind of cap off your Titanic streams. I think that would be magnificent.
Wow. You know what? You're going to be very disappointed, Gary, because Cheryl actually thinks that that's the most cringy scene, one of the most cringy scenes of all time. We're both in agreement on
that's
that.
Why you gotta do it.
I hate that scene. But do you know what? That movie has a lot of flaws, mainly the romance. And people say, well, why is romance a flaw? I'm sorry, I didn't want lovey-dovey shit in Titanic. I wanted to see the human interaction. I wanted to see when the ship was sinking. I wanted to see the person. I didn't want all this lovey, oh, Jack, don't let go. You let go, you bitch. He's down under the water now. He's dead. He's frozen. You let go. You went off. You had another man then, and then you were on your horses. What were you doing? Poor Jack is down the bottom of the bloody ocean there. God love you. You didn't even have the decency to go back when you went back as an old woman to say, Jack's down there, bring him back up. Please, bury him. But no.
No,
if you haven't seen it on YouTube somewhere, is a little fan trailer that they made for a trailer for the movie.
Oh yeah, Titanic
2 Jack's back, where they find him frozen in a big ice cube and bring him back up. I'm out.
The use scenes out of Demolition Man for it as well. Go ahead, Colin. Sorry, because we keep cutting across you. Sorry, pal. Go ahead.
I had another take on that, which actually feeds into you saying the romance and that. You need to get a really little figure, and you need to get him arms and legs out, and you need to get him as he's tumbling through space slowly. And then you say it's the Titanic from the first episode of the Time Tunnel.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Not the first episode of the Time Tunnel, because the Robert, not James Darren, the other star,
Robert,
actually, Robert or something.
Was it? I think it was it Colbert or Culvert? Robert Culvert,
something like that. But he was actually in the movie, which name I've forgotten, with the guy, which the captain was the guy that was in the original Day the Earth Stood Still, I think. But he was actually in that. Michael Rennie. So what they did is they actually cut scenes, because it was Irwin Allen. They actually cut scenes from the Titanic, the original film, into the pilot episode. So you've actually got. I think Michael Rennie guest starred in that as well, but they did a bit of Trials and Tribulations. They actually cut the film into the first episode of the Time Tunnel.
That series used a lot of old footage from a lot of.
Oh, it was Irwin Allen. What do you expect? But
yeah.
Right, lads. What we at? We're at 4 hours now.
All right.
So I think, see, this is what happens though when you're having good fun and you're having a decent chat with two people that you enjoy actually chatting with. It always happens when Blue Bonnet is on as well. We always lose track.
Is Blue Bonnet in the chat?
Blue Bonnet was it. She popped in there, for a while. She's only back from work, so she was having something to eat and stuff.
Well, like I said, let me plug go to her channel tomorrow. I don't know what.
We will. I'll get one of the mods there now to actually put them.
I think she and Jason also at some point they were doing watching on Lake 7 as well. I think they got up to the end of the first season.
If you can all subscribe, one of the mods will actually put it in the chat. But if you could subscribe to Blue Bonnet Hoovian's channel, and also Daniel, who's actually in the chat as well. What else?
Yeah, that's right. Daniel
Gary, you don't have a channel. Colin, do you have a channel?
No. Well, I've got 3 subscribers.
This is the first time I've actually said, having to say to people, do you want to let us know what's happening on these our channels? This is weird.
I still consider myself. Noel adjacent, because on this stream and then on Blue Bonnet's stream, so I'm Noel adjacent.
Yeah. Skimming and watching.
Right, so that's it. That was the stream. That was absolutely. Look at Amy, Rory, and the Doctor. Don't forget, tomorrow, as I said on this channel, we have the 12 Monkeys movie stream and discussion. If you want to join me and Rabbi for that. Obviously, it's the fourth time we're doing something non-related to Doctor Who, so I'll be interested to see how that stream goes. Now, we will be doing other movies as well. We actually said we'll do iRobot and maybe Minority Report other sci-fi movies, basically. So if you want to join us now, Gary, that's fine. I know Gary is actually on Chris, so that's no problem. And Gary's channel takes precedent over mine because obviously you are modding for the great Gary first, so that's no problem. I know you dip in and out. Sure, Daniel is there anyway, so you don't have to worry. But if you could do us a favor and throw up Blue Bonnet Hoovian's channel and maybe Daniel's channel as well, please, that would be fantastic.
So everybody make yourself a banana daiquiri and then tune into Noel's 12 Monkeys stream. That's kind of a top.
And then on Sunday we have Aliens in London. We don't know if we're doing the 2 parts Sunday night. We probably only do the first part because Rabbi has a plan. Apparently we get to a certain date. There's a certain Christmas. By the time we get to Christmas, I think he has it timed that we'll be on a Christmas special from the era that we're doing. So that's actually quite a good idea. So we have that. Then on Monday, what's happening Monday? I had something planned for Monday. There's another watch-along, I think, happening Monday. Look, there's loads of stuff happening anyway. You'll have a few videos up from me as well. Actually, to annoy all me haters out there, I have a slideshow video coming for everybody later on. So
for your Aliens in London stream, can you do something like have everybody take a drink every time they hear a fart?
Yeah, that you know how that stream's gonna end now. You know how that stream will end. Jesus, avoid that.
I'm just putting it out. I'm just putting it out there.
Right, well, there you go. Yeah, we could do that. We call it the boozy Aliens in London stream because everybody is going to be flat on their back afterwards. Yeah.
I've got one question. Since they're an advanced species, are they farting internet gas?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no, I get you. But that's something Chris Chibnall will come up with. Why don't Colin? You should write that idea to him. He might come up with a whole new villain.
He get copyright struck by Marvel.
That's just
yes.
Right, so Daniel's thrown up both channels there. So there you go. I know I had something come on Monday. I just can't think what it is. I'll obviously have a little promo trailer for the 12 Monkey stream. I have invited some people to join me and Rabbi, so I'm just waiting on a few to get back to me, see what the story is there. But it'll be definitely me and Rabbi. Hopefully we'll have a few more guests to join us. If not, we'll still do it anyway, you know. We'll see how it goes. I like 12 Monkeys. I don't know if anybody, if you haven't seen it, join us actually get the film up. It'll be interesting to hear what other people think, because I remember at the time when it came out, and I have to just say this, it was a slow burner. It wasn't really written about. It wasn't that it was badly received. It wasn't. I remember even in Ireland there wasn't much talk about it. It was one of those. It became a bit of a. I don't know if it's the same around the world, but it became a bit of a cult classic over here. So yeah, I mean, I remember the first time I seen it, I was blown away. I mean, the ending just because obviously back in the day I wasn't as savvy as I am now. You know, I wasn't able to figure out much stuff back then. But watching it now, even I mean, I recorded it over the Christmas because they showed it over the Christmas, and I actually recorded it on my Skybox and I watched it. And the ending just blew me away. I mean, that ending is just absolutely fantastic, and maybe that's how this current virus got out. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
most
talking about it
did end up becoming like cult classics, even if they weren't box office hits.
Exactly. If it's a good story, you know, you got good actors, which you do. You have good actors and actresses in it. I mean, yeah, the story itself is fantastic. As I said, now I haven't seeing the other film, as you mentioned, and I'm pretty sure it was a book. I could be wrong now, but I think it was based on a book. I'm not sure. I'll have to check that out. Actually, I will do that for the stream tomorrow, actually, and do a bit of trivia as well.
Search all that before your stream.
Yeah, I'll do all that before the stream, and then obviously we'll have a bit of trivia while we're watching the movie. That now, come and join us now, folks, because it'll be interesting anyway to see what some of you think, because some of you might see the movie for the first time. Right, lads, listen, Gary, sorry.
Thank you.
You've changed your name to
Thank
Retro
you.
Doc now.
And, no. It's
Retro.
you know, Retro Doc is there to show off my love for.
No, we'll call you Retro Doc because everybody has a name on this channel, so we call you Retro Doc.
Colin, thank you. It's been great.
Colin hasn't come up with one yet, have you? Or is that your name? That is your name, Colin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So Colin hasn't come up with one, but we'll see if you can come up with a nickname for the next time, right?
It might have something to do with the Avatar, possibly. I think I've got one down somewhere. I've got Longbowman, but it doesn't show up. I might have to, because I can actually put it out, kind of, when I actually log on.
Right.
I can actually put what we're going to show in there as well.
Well, the next time you're on and you get your avatar sorted out and you have your new name, I will call you by your new name. It's always nice to have an internet name, especially if you do YouTube channels instead of using your real name, which is the one with
Colin, just don't call yourself Benny. That would bring up too many bad memories of series.
Yeah. Don't call yourself Benny.
Don't do Benny.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. Considering that I'm old enough to remember a program called Crossroads. No. No, definitely not
Benny.
Right, listen. Sorry, Colin, go ahead.
I said, you always got, if you want to do Doctor Who Benny, confuse me with that, because to me, Benny in Doctor Who is Bernie Summerfield.
No, yeah. I was thinking about the beloved Benny from Orphan 55.
Which I didn't watch, but I don't know. Benny in that, I know what the character was. I'm thinking, hold a second. Lisa Bauman, isn't it?
Good old Benny, feck Chris, feck Iberia, feck everything got to do with the BBC right now. A bunch of hacks, bunch of sellouts. Don't care.
Hey, if you haven't watched it, don't. That'll just make this quarantine.
Exactly. Listen, if you've been looking up to watch series 11 and 12 of Doctor Who, do me a favor, just say feck it, right? Yeah. Don't watch it, feck it. Right, with that, I'm going to leave you all. Listen, as I always say at the end of these streams now, stay safe. Stay indoors if you can, and only go out when you really, really, really have to. And remember, the most important thing, and I know I keep saying this, but wash your hands. It does make a difference. Trust me. Wash your hands, whether it's 20 seconds or 30 seconds, nobody really knows. I just wash them for 30 seconds anyway, just to be on the safe side. But do that. Do everything in your power to help, as they say, help the healthcare officials out there. And listen, until the next time, have a good one. And good night.
Thank
you all.
And I'll leave you with this little tray. Where is it? Hold on. I'm slow tonight. Hold on. As soon as I put this on, the dog is going to start whinging anyway. But listen, thanks for joining me, as always. Thank you for the super chats tonight as well. I really do appreciate all the support. And I will, as I said, we'll be back Saturday. Well, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow. I've lost all sense of reality now. Good night.